The Hundred Years' War on Palestine, A History of Settler Colonial Conquest and Resistance, 1917 to 2017. Book by Rashid Khalidi. Audiobook presented by the Learner's Library. Contents. Chapter 5. The Fifth Declaration of War, 1987 to 1995. Chapter 6. The Sixth Declaration of War, 2000 to 2014. Conclusion, A Century of War on the Palestinians. Chapter 5. The Fifth Declaration of War, 1987 to 1995. They make a desert and call it peace. Tacitus. The Palestinian Uprising, or Intifada, which broke out in December 1987, was a perfect example of the law of unintended consequences. Ariel Sharon and Menachem Begin had launched the invasion of Lebanon to quash the power of the PLO, and thereby end Palestinian nationalist opposition in the occupied West Bank and Gaza to the absorption of those territories into Israel. This would complete the colonial task of historic Zionism, creating a Jewish state in all of Palestine. The 1982 war did succeed in weakening the PLO, but the paradoxical effect was to strengthen the Palestinian national movement in Palestine itself, shifting the focus of action from outside to inside the country. After 2 decades of a relatively manageable occupation, Begin and Sharon, 2 fervent partisans of the Greater Israel ideal, had inadvertently sparked a new level of resistance to the process of colonization. Opposition to Israel's land grab and military rule has erupted within Palestine repeatedly and in different forms ever since. The First Intifada, as it became known, erupted spontaneously all over the occupied territories, ignited when an Israeli army vehicle struck a truck in the Jabalia refugee camp in the Gaza Strip, killing 4 Palestinians. The uprising spread very quickly, although Gaza was the crucible and remained the most difficult area for Israel to bring under control. The Intifada generated extensive local organization in the villages, towns, cities, and refugee camps, and came to be led by a secret unified national leadership. The flexible and clandestine grassroots networks formed during the Intifada proved impossible for the military occupation authorities to suppress. After a month of escalating unrest, in January 1988, Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin ordered the security forces to use force, might, and beatings. His iron fist policy was carried out through the explicit practice of breaking the demonstrators' arms and legs and cracking their skulls, as well as beating others who aroused the soldiers' ire. Within a short time, widely televised images of heavily armed soldiers brutalizing teenage Palestinian protesters created a major media backlash, in the United States and elsewhere, showing Israel in its true light as a callous occupying power. Only 5 years after the media coverage of the siege and bombing of Beirut, this exposure dealt another blow to the image of a country largely dependent on complacent American public opinion. In spite of the harmful impact of the 1982 war on Israel's standing, the country's shrewd public relations efforts had succeeded in re-anesthetizing much of U.S. public opinion. But unlike the televised air and artillery bombardments of Lebanon, which ended after 10 weeks, the violence of the Intifada ground on, year after brutal year, from December 1987 through 1993. Winding down somewhat during the Gulf War and the peace conference organized by the United States in Madrid, in October 1991. During this time, the uprising produced gripping scenes of street battles between young Palestinian protesters and Israeli troops, who were supported by armored personnel carriers and tanks. The iconic image from this period was of a small Palestinian boy hurling a stone at a huge Israeli tank. If it bleeds it leads, the saying goes, and television viewers were riveted by repeated tableaus of wrenching violence, which inverted the image of Israel as a perpetual victim, casting it as Goliath against the Palestinian David. This was a constant drain on Israel, not only in terms of the pressure on its security forces, but also, and perhaps more significant, in terms of its reputation abroad, in some ways its most vital asset. Even Rabin, the man in charge, realized the importance of this political factor. A flattering New York Times interview with Rabin opened by claiming that Palestinian rioters have been winning the public relations battle against Israel in the world press. Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin conceded today, stressing that the army is confronting something new and complex, a widespread uprising born of decades of Palestinian frustrations. At the time that the First Intifada broke out, the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip had been in place for 2 decades. Taking advantage of a situation of relative calm, Israel began the colonization of the occupied territories immediately after the 1967 war, eventually creating over 200 settlements, from cities of 50,000 residents to flimsy prefabricated clusters housing a few dozen settlers. For years, Israeli experts had assured their leaders and the public that the Palestinians living under what they called an enlightened occupation were content and fully under control. The eruption of massive grassroots resistance belied this notion. It was true that some Palestinians, intimidated by Israeli might and by a round of mass expulsions, of more than 250,000 of their number after the 1967 war, had seemed to acquiesce at first to the new order imposed on them. It was also true that incomes in the West Bank and Gaza Strip rose significantly as tens of thousands of Palestinians were newly allowed to work in Israel. By 1976, however, alienation had intensified. Any expression of nationalism, flying the Palestinian flag, displaying the Palestinian colors, organizing trade unions, voicing support for the PLO or any other resistance organization, was severely suppressed, with fines, beatings, and jail. Detentions and imprisonment usually featured torture of detainees. Protesting the occupation publicly or in print could lead to the same result or even to deportation. More active resistance, especially that involving violence, invited collective punishment, house demolitions, imprisonment without trial under the rubric of administrative detention that could last for years, and even extrajudicial murder. That year, mayoral candidates backed by the PLO won municipal elections in Nablus, Ramallah, Hebron, and Al-Bair, as well as in other towns. A number of the mayors were deported in 1980, accused of incitement, and others were removed from office by the military occupation authorities in the spring of 1982, provoking widespread unrest. This was done in the lead-up to the invasion of Lebanon as part of Ariel Sharon's comprehensive campaign to uproot the PLO. One aspect of that campaign was an attempt to create local collaborationist groups, the Village Leagues, a project that never got off the ground because of widespread Palestinian refusal to cooperate with the occupation after the mayor's removal. Sharon's chosen instrument for this policy was a so-called Israeli Arabist, Menachem Milson, a professor of Arabic and a reserve colonel in the Israeli army. For a person to wear these two hats was not unusual. Most senior academic Middle East specialists in Israel doubled as reserve officers in military intelligence, or other branches of the security services, engaged in spying on and oppressing the people they studied the rest of the time. Meanwhile, a new generation of Palestinians had come of age having known nothing but military occupation, and they were anything but acquiescent. These young people came out in public expressions of support for the PLO in East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip, in spite of the risk of doing so. The years preceding the Intifada were marked by mass demonstrations by young Palestinians more fearless than their elders, and by intensifying repression by Israeli security forces, whose superiors seemed heedless of the cumulative effect of the brutality they were ordering. Given all the signs of growing unrest, the uprising should have come as no surprise to the Israeli authorities. Yet their swift response was ill-conceived, heavy-handed, and disproportionate. The systematic brutality of the soldiers, most of them young draftees, toward the population they were charged with controlling was not only the result of frustration or even fear. Rabin's orders to break bones set the tone, but the excessive violence was also rooted in constant societal anti-Palestinian indoctrination, grounded in the dogmatic idea that Israel would be overwhelmed by the Arabs if its security forces did not deter them by force, since their supposedly irrational hostility to Jews was otherwise uncontrollable. The Intifada had been underway for nearly a year and a half when I took my first trip to Palestine since 1966, at which time the West Bank had been under Jordanian rule. During a visit to Nablus with some University of Chicago colleagues, after leaving my cousin Ziad's home one evening, we found ourselves in the winding streets of the old city, caught in a clash between young protesters and the Israeli troops who were chasing them, firing rubber bullets and tear gas. The soldiers did not catch any of the demonstrators, but they did eventually manage to disperse them. It was clear at that moment that there could be no lasting victory for Israel's forces in this kind of cat-and-mouse urban unrest. The young protesters could reappear at any moment somewhere else in the labyrinth of narrow alleys. Of course, the troops could simply kill them, and that happened all too frequently. From the beginning of the First Intifada to the end of 1996, 9 years, including 6 when the Intifada was ongoing, Israeli troops and armed settlers killed 1,422 Palestinians, almost one every other day. Of them, 294, or over 20%, were minors 16 and under. 175 Israelis, 86 of them security personnel, were killed by Palestinians during the same period. That 8-to-1 casualty ratio was typical, something one would not have known from much of the American media coverage. On another occasion, I was driving through Gaza City on the way to visit my cousin Huda, wife of Dr. Haider Abd al-Shafi, head of the Palestinian Red Crescent in Gaza. In the slow crawl of a traffic jam, our car passed a heavily armed Israeli patrol, the soldiers in the jeep holding their weapons at the ready. They were fidgety and nervous, and in their faces I saw a quality I had noticed in the Israeli troops in occupied Beirut in 1982, they were afraid. Their vehicles moved at a snail's pace through heavily populated built-up areas where the entire community loathed the occupation that the soldiers embodied and enforced. Soldiers of a regular army, no matter how heavily armed, will never feel secure in such circumstances. Rabin and others recognized the inherent problems that I saw on the streets of Nablus and Gaza. According to Itamar Rabinovich, Rabin's biographer, close collaborator, and tennis partner, the First Intifada brought the veteran general to the realization that a political solution was necessary. Nonetheless, he held fast to the deterrent effect of brutality. The use of force, Rabin said, including beatings, undoubtedly has brought about the impact we wanted, strengthening the population's fear of the Israel Defense Forces. Maybe so, but this brutality did not put an end to the uprising. The Intifada was a spontaneous, bottom-up campaign of resistance, born of an accumulation of frustration and initially with no connection to the formal political Palestinian leadership. As with the 1936-39 revolt, the Intifada's length and extensive support was proof of the broad popular backing that it enjoyed. The uprising was also flexible and innovative, developing a coordinated leadership while remaining locally driven and controlled. Among its activists were men and women, elite professionals and businesspeople, farmers, villagers, the urban poor, students, small shopkeepers, and members of virtually every other sector of society. Women played a central role, taking more and more leadership positions as many of the men were jailed and mobilizing people who were often left out of conventional male-dominated politics. Along with demonstrations, the Intifada involved tactics ranging from strikes, boycotts, and withholding taxes to other ingenious forms of civil disobedience. Protests sometimes turned violent, often ignited by soldiers inflicting heavy casualties with live ammunition and rubber bullets used against unarmed demonstrators, or youths throwing stones. Nevertheless, the uprising was predominantly nonviolent and unarmed, a crucially important factor that helped mobilize sectors of society in addition to the young people protesting in the streets, while showing that the entirety of Palestinian society under occupation opposed the status quo and supported the Intifada. The First Intifada was an outstanding example of popular resistance against oppression and can be considered as being the first unmitigated victory for the Palestinians in the long colonial war that began in 1917. Unlike the 1936–39 revolt, the Intifada was driven by a broad strategic vision and a unified leadership, and it did not exacerbate internal Palestinian divisions. Its unifying effect and largely successful avoidance of firearms and explosives, in contrast to the Palestinian resistance movement of the 1960s and 1970s, helped to make its appeal widely heard internationally, leading to a profound and lasting positive impact on both Israeli and world public opinion. This was no accident. The Intifada was explicitly aimed not only at mobilizing Palestinians and Arabs, but also at shaping Israeli and world perceptions. That this was a key objective was clear from many of the tactics used, and also from the sophisticated and effective communications strategies of those who were able to explain to international audiences what the Intifada meant. These included articulate and worldly activists and intellectuals inside Palestine, such as Hanan Ashrawi, Haider, Abd al-Shafi, Raja Shahada, Iyad al-Siraj, Ghassan al-Khatib, Zahira Kamal, Mustafa Barghouti, Rita Jayachaman, Raji Sourani, and many others. Those outside of Palestine, among them Edward Said and Ibrahim Abu Lughad, had a similar impact. By the early 1990s, the unified Palestinian stance had successfully made it clear that the occupation was untenable, at least as it had functioned in its first 2 decades. For all of the First Intifada's achievements, there was a hidden internal danger in its success and in the emergence of an effective local leadership with articulate, attractive spokespersons. A grassroots movement that supersedes established political elites constitutes a challenge to their power. After the PLO's defeat in Lebanon in 1982, the organization was stuck in a sterile and debilitating exile in Tunis and other Arab capitals, with its energy directed at an initially fruitless attempt to win U.S. acceptance as an interlocutor and Israeli acceptance as a partner to a settlement. The PLO was taken by surprise by the outbreak of a grassroots-led uprising and lost no time trying to co-opt and profit from it, since most of those who had risen up in revolt in the occupied territories saw the PLO as their legitimate representative, and its leaders as the embodiment of Palestinian nationalism. This posed few problems at the outset. The population of the occupied territories, who had watched from a distance the sacrifices of the PLO's militants in Jordan during Black September and in Lebanon, throughout the Civil War and the Israeli invasion, felt they were now shouldering part of the national burden. They were proud that Palestinians under occupation were taking the lead in the struggle for liberation. The problem with this development was the short-sightedness and limited strategic vision of the PLO's leaders in Tunis. Many of them did not fully understand the nature of the occupation regime or the complex social and political situation of the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip after 2 decades of Israeli control. Indeed, most of these leaders had not been inside Palestine since 1967 or earlier. Their understanding of Israeli society and politics was far more limited than the Palestinians who had lived under and watched Israeli rule, many of whom had learned Hebrew in their jobs inside Israel or while serving time in prison, A fifth of the Palestinian population under occupation had passed through these prisons. The consequence was increasingly intrusive management of the Intifada by remote control from Tunis, as the PLO came to dominate what had been a popular resistance movement. It issued directives and ran things from a distance, often ignoring the views and preferences of those who had initiated the revolt and had led it successfully. This problem became considerably more acute after Israel's assassination of Abu Jihad in April 1988, some 4 months after the Intifada began. Abu Jihad, Arafat's closest lieutenant, had been a leading figure in Fatah since the beginning and had long been in charge of dealing with the occupied territories, or, as his department was called, Al-Chito al-Gharbi, the western sector, presumably to conceal its true purpose. Abu Jihad had his failings, but he was a close observer of the situation inside Palestine and was deeply knowledgeable about both Palestinians and Israelis there. His assassination, which was a result of the Israeli leadership's mounting frustration at their inability to master the Intifada, deprived the PLO of one of its key figures, whose role could not easily be filled by another. Abu Jihad's killing was part of Israel's decades-long policy of systematic liquidation of top Palestinian organizers, particularly the effective ones among them. The loss of Abu Jihad and the lack of expertise in Tunis was not the only reason for the PLO's problems in dealing with the Intifada. Following the 1982 war, Fatah had weathered a major Syrian-sponsored mutiny among its remaining cadres in northern and eastern Lebanon, from which they had not been evacuated in 1982, and in Syria, led by 2 senior military commanders, Colonel Abu Musa and Colonel Abu Khalid al-Amla. This was the most serious internal challenge to Fatah's leadership since its founding, and it constituted another element in the largely covert offensive against the Palestinian national movement carried out by Arab regimes, in this case Syria. The Fatah mutiny was bitter and costly and intensified the concern of Arafat and his colleagues about the emergence of rivals, especially those under the influence of hostile regimes. The concern was well-founded, given the efforts by the movement's adversaries to create alternatives, such as the village leagues in the occupied territories. Notably, Hamas, founded in 1987, and initially discreetly supported by Israel with the objective of weakening the PLO, was already beginning to develop into a formidable competitor. This alarm at the possibility of being superseded was at the root of the PLO leadership's jealousy of the Intifada's local leaders, especially as their following grew within Palestine and the global media came to view them positively. Arafat's resentment became an increasing problem as the Intifada progressed and as the PLO's long-desired prize, a place at international negotiations as the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, appeared to come within its reach. Just as they had a weak understanding of the reality inside the occupied territories and Israel, the PLO's leaders had never grasped the full measure of the United States. Even after 1982, they remained ill-informed about the country and its politics, with the exception of a few second-rank figures, such as Nabil Shawati and Elias Shafani, who had been educated in the United States but were unable to influence Arafat and his partners. Some senior PLO leaders, such as Farak al-Kadumi, Abu Lutf, head of the political department, effectively foreign minister, attended sessions of the UN General Assembly in New York every fall, but they were legally restricted to a travel radius of 25 miles from Columbus Circle. In any case, they mostly stayed put in their luxury hotels for the duration of their visits. They ventured out infrequently to see Arab diplomats or to speak to Palestinian community groups, but made few public appearances and did not engage with American groups or the New York media. They certainly never undertook the all-points diplomatic and public relations campaigns of Israeli officials, who were ubiquitous on TV and at regional gatherings at all times, and especially when the annual meetings of the General Assembly came around. The failure to take advantage of the Palestinian presence at the UN amounted to willfully ignoring the people, the elites, and the media of the greatest power on earth and the mainstay of Israel, an approach that dated back to 1948 and before. As I saw in 1984, Arafat gave more importance to meeting the leader of a minor PLO faction linked to Iraq than to listening to expert advice about swaying public opinion in the United States. The situation had not improved since then. A simplistic view of the structures of government and decision-making in Washington led the PLO to pin all its hopes on winning the U.S. government's recognition as the legitimate Palestinian interlocutor. American good offices for a fair deal with the Israelis would surely follow. This attitude carried a trace of the naive faith of earlier generations of Palestinian leaders, shared by many Arab rulers to this day, that a personal appeal to a British colonial secretary or prime minister, a U.S. secretary of state or president, could solve the problem. This illusory view of the personal element in power relations may have been grounded in the experience of dealing with mercurial, all-powerful dictators and absolute monarchs in the Arab world. It was also partly shaped by the experience of the Arab monarchs, who saw U.S. Secretary of State George Shultz, who had headed Bechtel, a major contractor in the Gulf, and later President George H.W. Bush and his Secretary of State, James Baker, Texans with past links to the oil industry, as a pro-Arab. Indeed, as with most other U.S. policymakers since Roosevelt, these men were closely tied to the Arab petromonarchies, but this did not translate into sympathy for the Arabs generally or for the Palestinians in particular, or into a critical attitude toward Israel. These flawed understandings were at the root of the PLO's failure to engage seriously with U.S. public opinion and become involved in peace negotiations through the late 1980s. However, in 1988, buoyed by the international impact of the Intifada, the organization redoubled its efforts, culminating in the Palestinian Declaration of Independence adopted at a meeting of the Palestine National Council in Algiers on November 15. Drafted largely by Mahmoud Darwish, who was aided by Edward Said and the respected intellectual Shafiq al-Hout, the document formally abandoned the PLO's claim to the entirety of Palestine, accepting the principles of partition, a two-state solution, and a peaceful resolution to the conflict. An accompanying political communiqué accepted SC 242 and SC 338 as the basis for a peace conference. These were major political shifts for the PLO, the culmination of an evolution toward acceptance of Israel and advocacy of a Palestinian state, alongside it that had begun in the early 1970s, although these changes were unacknowledged by its Israeli adversaries. A more significant shift was yet to come. On December 14 that year, Arafat accepted U.S. conditions for entering a bilateral dialogue. In his statement, he explicitly accepted resolutions 242 and 338, recognized the right of Israel to exist in peace and security, and renounced terrorism. This capitulation to American conditions finally obtained for the PLO the long-sought opening with Washington, but it neither moved the Israelis to agree to deal with the organization nor led to peace negotiations, at least not for 3 more years. The reasons for this were simple. Beyond the PLO's other misassumptions about the United States, its leaders failed to grasp the lack of American concern, even its disdain, for their interests and aims. This incomprehension is hard to fathom in light of the painful betrayal of American promises to safeguard the refugee camps in Beirut in 1982. Most important, though, was their inability to understand how intimately the policies of the United States and Israel were linked. Kissinger's secret 1975 commitments locked U.S. policymakers' feet in cement where dealing with the Palestine question was concerned. The PLO might not have known that Israel had effectively secured veto power over U.S. positions in any peace talks, But there had been enough credible leaks in the press and elsewhere about these secret agreements, mainly from Israelis, who were understandably eager to publicize them. There had also been embarrassing incidents, as when Andrew Young, ambassador to the UN, was forced to resign after meeting with a PLO official. The general terms of U.S. commitments to Israel should have been clear to an informed observer. This Arafat and his colleagues definitely were not. The Intifada had delivered to them a gift of inestimable value, a store of moral and political capital. The popular revolt had revealed the limits of the military occupation, damaged Israel's international standing, and improved that of the Palestinians. For all the effectiveness of the PLO in its first decades in putting Palestine back on the global map, it can be argued that the Intifada had a more positive impact on world opinion than the organization's generally ineffective efforts at armed struggle ever had. The director of the Mossad at the time, Nahum Admoni, confirmed this, saying, "The Intifada caused us a lot more political harm, damage to our image, than everything that the PLO had succeeded in doing throughout its existence." Trading on this significant new asset enabled the PLO leadership to abandon formally its strategy of armed struggle from bases outside Palestine, which in any case was increasingly impossible after 1982, and in their hands had never had much chance of success, if it was not actually harmful to the Palestinian cause. Even before 1982, many in the PLO understood that the time had come to end the armed struggle. While still based in Lebanon, its leaders had tasked the distinguished Pakistani intellectual Iqbal Ahmad, a close friend of Edward Said and a friend of mine, with assessing their military strategy. Ahmad had worked with the Front de Libération Nationale in Algeria in the early 1960s, had known Frantz Fanon, and was a renowned Third World anti-colonial thinker. After visiting PLO bases in South Lebanon, he returned with a critique that disconcerted those who had asked his advice. While in principle a committed supporter of armed struggle against colonial regimes such as that in Algeria, Ahmad had strong criticisms of the ineffective and often counterproductive way in which the PLO was carrying out this strategy. More seriously, on political rather than moral or legal grounds, he questioned whether armed struggle was the right course of action against the PLO's particular adversary, Israel. He argued that given the course of Jewish history, especially in the 20th century, the use of force only strengthened a pre-existing and pervasive sense of victimhood among Israelis, while it unified Israeli society, reinforced the most militant tendencies in Zionism, and bolstered the support of external actors. This was in distinction to Algeria, where the FLN's use of violence, including women using baskets to carry bombs, which have taken so many innocent lives, in the accusatory words of a French interrogator in the 1966 Guillaume Pontecorvo film The Battle of Algiers, ultimately succeeded in dividing French society and eroding its support for the colonial project. Ahmad's critique was profound and devastating, and not welcomed by the PLO's leaders, who still publicly proclaimed a devotion to armed struggle even as they were moving away from it in practice. Beyond his acute understanding of the deep connection between Zionism and the long history of persecution of Jews in Europe, Ahmad's analysis shrewdly perceived the unique nature of the Israeli colonial project. The mainly non-violent Intifada in Palestine enabled Arafat to take account, albeit belatedly, of Ahmad's view, and at the same time to respond positively to a prime U.S. condition for dialogue, renouncing armed resistance, deemed to be terrorism by the United States and Israel. However, the results of the PLO's naivete regarding the United States soon became apparent. In and of themselves, recognition by the United States and a seat at the negotiating table were unexceptionable aims. Every anti-colonial movement, whether in Algeria, Vietnam, or South Africa, desired its foes to accept its legitimacy and to negotiate with it for an honorable end to the conflict. In all these cases, however, An honorable outcome meant ending occupation and colonization and ideally reaching a peaceful reconciliation based on justice. That was the primary object of the negotiations sought by other liberation movements. But instead of using the Intifada's success to hold out for a forum framed in terms of such liberatory ends, the PLO allowed itself to be drawn into a process explicitly designed by Israel, with the acquiescence of the United States, to prolong its occupation and colonization, not to end them. The PLO desperately pursued admission to supposed peace negotiations whose narrow parameters were from the outset restricted by SC 242 in ways that were enormously disadvantageous to the Palestinians. SC 242 includes no mention of the Palestine question, or of the Arab state specified in UNGA Resolution 181 in 1947, or of the return of refugees mandated by UNGA Resolution 194 of 1948. With its carefully drafted wording about withdrawal from territories occupied in 1967, rather than the territories occupied, 242 effectively gave Israel a chance to expand its pre-1967 borders further. Whether they realized it or not, by accepting Resolution 242 as the basis for any negotiations, Arafat and his colleagues had set themselves an impossible task. They also failed to understand the need to continue to put pressure on one's adversaries. With the end of armed struggle and the waning of the Intifada in the early 1990s, this became less and less possible. Once talks finally began, in Madrid in the fall of 1991, the PLO tried to put a halt to the Intifada. It did not stop, but petered out a few years later, as if launching negotiations were the end of the process rather than the beginning. Added to the fact that the United States could never be an honest broker given the commitments it had undertaken, Israel also had its own independent positions. Thus, any concessions made by the PLO to the United States did not necessarily bind Israel, or make it more willing to deal with the organization. In fact, when at the end of the Reagan administration the United States finally began a dialogue with the PLO, following its 1988 declaration, Israel became even more intransigent. Furthermore, the PLO did not seem to comprehend the full import of the 1978 Camp David deal and subsequent 1979 Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, in which Menachem Begin had struck a ruinous bargain over Palestine with Anwar Sadat and Jimmy Carter. Also, the decline of the USSR meant that the PLO lost an intermittent and inconsistent patron that had provided military and diplomatic support and had championed its inclusion in negotiations under far less onerous terms than those demanded by the United States and Israel. By the end of 1991, however, the USSR had disappeared, and the United States was left as the sole international guarantor and sponsor of any Palestinian-Israeli process. Another grave blow to the PLO's standing was the profound miscalculation made by Yasser Arafat and most of his colleagues regarding the 1990–91 Gulf War. Almost immediately after Iraq's invasion and occupation of Kuwait in August 1990, the Gulf states, together with virtually every other major Arab power, including Egypt and Syria, joined the US-led international coalition to forcibly reverse Saddam Hussein's gross violation of the sovereignty of a member state of the Arab League. This was in keeping with the consistent preference of post-colonial states in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East for the preservation of colonial borders and the states that had grown up within them. Instead of firmly supporting Kuwait against Iraq, Arafat tried to steer a neutral course, offering to mediate between the two sides. His suggestion was ignored by all concerned, as were the mediating efforts of more powerful actors such as the USSR, which fruitlessly sent its senior Middle East envoy to Baghdad. There were multiple reasons for the PLO's bizarre decision to essentially support Iraq, a move that made the organization a pariah among the Gulf states on which it depended for financial support, and harmed it in innumerable other ways. First among these reasons was Arafat's long-standing and fierce antipathy toward Hafez al-Assad's overbearing Syrian regime, an antipathy that was richly reciprocated, and his reflexive search for a counterweight. One of Arafat's signature slogans, Al-Qarar al-Filistini al-Mustaqil, the independent Palestinian decision, was usually brandished in response to Syrian efforts to coerce, constrain, and dominate the PLO. While Egypt had once served to balance the pressures exerted by the Assad regime, that role was no longer possible after Sadat's separate peace with Israel. The only other plausible counterweight had of necessity been Syria's rival, Iraq. In the wake of Sadat's apostasy, the PLO had become increasingly dependent on Iraqi political, military, and financial patronage, especially after the Syrian regime sought to undermine Arafat's leadership by masterminding the fratricidal rebellion against him in 1982. This dependency subjected Arafat and the PLO to intense pressure to conform to Iraqi policies, which were dictated by the vagaries of Saddam Hussein, a thuggish despot who was ignorant, mercurial, and brutal. To keep the PLO in line, the Iraqi regime frequently punished it. Among the many tools for this purpose, Baghdad had at its disposal various nominally Palestinian splinter groups like Abu Nidal's terrorist network, the Ba'athist Arab Liberation Front, and the Palestine Liberation Front, headed by Abu al-Abbas. All these tiny groups lacked a popular base and were essentially extensions of the fearsome Iraqi intelligence services, although, as we have seen, Abu Nidal's guns for hire were also at times clandestinely employed by the Libyan and Syrian regimes, and were deeply penetrated by other intelligence services. Any one of them could carry out operations designed to undermine the PLO or attack its leaders to force it back into line with the Iraqi regime. Indeed, for a time, Abu Nidal's gunmen murdered almost as many PLO envoys and leaders in Europe as did the Mossad. These fronts for several Arab regimes also specialized in spectacular terror operations against Israeli and Jewish civilians, such as the Abu Nidal Group's 1985 Rome and Vienna airport massacres and its bloody 1986 assault on an Istanbul synagogue, or the PLF's 1985 attack on the Achille Lauro cruise liner. Their dependency on Iraq apart, Arafat and others wildly overestimated Iraqi military capacities in 1990–91. They had an inflated judgment of Iraq's ability to withstand the onslaught by the US-led coalition that was clearly coming after the invasion of Kuwait. This delusional view, Iraq had been unable to defeat Iran in 8 years of war, was widespread in various parts of the Arab world. In the months before the inevitable US-led counteroffensive began, otherwise intelligent, well-informed people in Palestine, Lebanon, and Jordan loudly pronounced their certainty that war would not come, but if it did, Iraq would prevail. Arafat was in some measure carried along by a popular tide, as large segments of Arab public opinion shared this fantasy. Many supported Saddam Hussein's land grab as a nationalist blow against colonially imposed frontiers, as if most of the frontiers and states in the Arab East had not also been colonially imposed. Saddam was seen by those thus deluded as a great Arab hero, a new Saladin. The original Saladin had come from Tikrit, Hussein's birthplace, who could surely defeat the United States and its allies. The one exception to the PLO's consensus of idiocy was its intelligence chief, Abu Iyad, among the brightest and most grounded of its senior leaders. He understood that the chosen course would lead to disaster and fought fiercely against the decision to back Iraq, provoking tempestuous arguments with Arafat. As well as the obvious reasons for his stance, he was concerned with safeguarding the prosperous Palestinian community in Kuwait, which was several 100,000 strong. Both he and Arafat had lived and worked in Kuwait for years, and he had close ties to the community, which furnished one of the PLO's most solid popular and financial bases anywhere in the world. Moreover, Kuwait itself was supportive toward the PLO and was the only Arab country where Palestinians had relative freedom of expression. They ran their own schools and could organize to help the PLO as long as they took care not to interfere in Kuwaiti politics. Abu Iyad argued that Arafat's failure to oppose Saddam's suicidal invasion of Kuwait would weaken the PLO and condemn Palestinians there to the destruction of their community and another forced displacement. It all played out exactly as Abu Iyad had foreseen, but he paid for his temerity. He had reportedly even criticized Saddam Hussein in person. He was assassinated in Tunis on January 14, 1991, 3 days before the US-led offensive began. The gunman was acting for the Abu Nidal network, and by extension undoubtedly for Iraq, which the PLO intelligence services under Abu Iyad had hunted for years. The loss of Abu Iyad, coming 3 years after the killing of Abu Jihad, left no one in the top Fatah echelons with the stature or will to stand up to Arafat, a situation that only enhanced his inclination to high-handedness. The consequences of Arafat's ill-considered decision were not long in coming, beginning with the tragic uprooting of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from Kuwait after the country's liberation. The Gulf states halted all financial support to the PLO, which was ostracized in many Arab countries, including some of those that had agreed to host its cadres after the 1982 evacuation from Beirut. Thus, after the 1990–91 Gulf War, the PLO found itself more friendless and alone than perhaps at any stage in its history. The icebergs on which Arafat and his comrades were afloat were melting fast, and they were desperately eager to jump to solid ground. It happened that this crisis coincided with a moment of American triumphalism, with the victory in Iraq and the end of the Soviet Union. In George H. W. Bush's State of the Union speech in January 1991, he hailed the New World Order and the next American century. The Bush administration was determined to take advantage of the opportunity that Saddam's folly had given them to shape and define this New World Order, one that in their view necessitated a resolution of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Israeli and American diplomats knew that the PLO's negotiating position was severely weakened. It was in this context that Secretary of State James Baker began planning for a peace conference to be held in Madrid in October 1991, hoping to jumpstart direct Israeli-Arab talks and determine the future of Palestine. When Arafat and his colleagues were eventually offered a proxy seat at the negotiating table, they were under so much pressure and so eager to leave their precarious perches in Tunis and elsewhere, that they failed to assess their vast disadvantage. The setbacks that followed, in the negotiations at Madrid, Washington, Oslo, and thereafter, were thus to a large extent rooted in the PLO's epic miscalculation over Kuwait. In the summer of 1991, while doing research in Jerusalem, I paid a casual visit to Faisal Husseini, a relative by marriage who, until his untimely death in Kuwait, was the foremost Palestinian leader in Jerusalem and also a senior figure in Fatah. I had gone to consult on a minor problem among some of my cousins. I have a large and occasionally fractious family in Jerusalem. Faisal unexpectedly asked if I would agree to serve as an advisor to the Palestinian delegation to a peace conference to be convened by the United States. I knew that at the behest of the PLO, Husseini, Hanan Ashrawi, Haider Abd al-Shafi, and others were in discussions with James Baker over the ground rules for the conference and the formation of the delegation. I also knew that Yitzhak Shamir, Israel's prime minister, was implacably opposed to the PLO's participation in any negotiations and to the creation of a Palestinian state, so I was confident that the conference would never take place. I acquiesced to Faisal's request without giving it much thought, thanked him for his advice on our family problem, and took my leave. I found myself in Madrid a few months later, in late October 1991, having failed to account for Baker's tenacity or the desperation of the PLO leadership in Tunis. At the outset of the conference, the dignified speech by the head of the Palestinian delegation, Abd al-Shafi, and the effective media appearances by Ashrawi gave many Palestinians the impression that their cause was at last getting traction, and that the sacrifices of the Intifada were not in vain. However, various clouds hung over the conference and over all the subsequent bilateral negotiations with the Israelis in Madrid, and later in Washington. The PLO had, via Baker, acquiesced to Shamir's condition that there would be no independent Palestinian representation at a conference that aimed to determine the fate of Palestine. So I was attached as an advisor to a joint Jordanian-Palestinian delegation. Of course, the Palestinians' exclusion from an independent role in decisions about their lives was nothing new. The Palestinian delegation was eventually allowed to separate from that of Jordan. But Israel's veto extended to the choice of Palestinian representatives, and it blocked the participation of anyone connected to the PLO, or from Jerusalem, or from the diaspora, which drastically narrowed the field of available delegates. Thanks to Baker's intervention, leaders excluded by these terms, such as Husseini, Ashrawi, and Sari Nusibeh, as well as advisors and legal and diplomatic experts, such as Raja Shahada, Camille Mansour, and me, were allowed to join the delegation, but were barred from the formal talks with the Israelis. The humiliation of a procedure whereby Israel decreed with whom it would negotiate, and in what configuration, had not deterred the PLO. More humiliation was to come. As well as dictating who could talk, the Shamir government determined what could be talked about. The limitations regarding Palestine that Begin had insisted on in the Camp David Accords, and the 1979 peace treaty with Egypt were now applied to the three-day Madrid conference, and the many subsequent months of discussions in Washington. For the Palestinians only self-rule was on the table, whether under the rubric of autonomy or that of interim self-government. Every item of essence, Palestinian self-determination, sovereignty, the return of refugees, an end to occupation and colonization, the disposition of Jerusalem, the future of the Jewish settlements, and control of land and water rights, was disallowed. Instead, these issues were postponed, supposedly for 4 years, but in fact until a future that never came, the fabled final status talks that were supposed to be completed by 1997. This deadline was later extended to 1999 in the Oslo Accords, were never concluded. In the meanwhile, during an interim phase intended to last only until then, Israel was allowed to do exactly as it pleased in all these domains. Thus throughout the 1990s, the Palestinian negotiators at Madrid and elsewhere operated under imposed rules restricting discussion to the terms of their ongoing colonization and occupation. The prospect of future relief from this interim phase was dangled before them by the sponsors of the Madrid Conference, but Palestinians in the occupied territories are still living in that temporary interim state over a quarter of a century later. The United States was ostensibly co-sponsoring the conference with the USSR, which was about to go out of existence and whose backing was nominal. In fact, Baker and Bush made all the decisions. Washington's ground rules were embodied in a carefully drafted letter of invitation to all parties, which included delegations from Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan. In a solemn commitment in the letter of invitation, the United States pledged to act as an honest broker in trying to resolve the Arab-Israeli conflict in a comprehensive fashion. Detailed separate U.S. letters of assurance were also given to each of the delegations. In that address to the Palestinians, the United States committed itself to encourage all sides to avoid unilateral acts that would exacerbate local tensions or make negotiations more difficult, or preempt their final outcome, and stress that no party should take unilateral actions that seek to predetermine issues that can only be resolved through negotiations. The United States never made good on these commitments, failing to prevent an unending series of unilateral Israeli actions, from settlement expansion and the closure of Jerusalem to West Bankers and Gazans, to the erection of a massive new network of walls, security barriers, and checkpoints. When they arrived in Madrid, none of the other members of the Palestinian delegation knew of Gerald Ford's 1975 explicit commitment to Rabin, to avoid presenting any peace proposals of which Israel disapproved, and nor did I. We were all aware of the 1978 Camp David Accords, of the U.S. bias in favor of Israel, and of the partiality of many American diplomats, but we did not know of the degree to which Kissinger had tethered his successors to an Israeli platform. Had I understood how heavily the deck was stacked and that the United States was bound in this way by a formal commitment, which meant that Israel effectively determined both its own position and that of its sponsor, I probably would not have gone to Madrid or spent much of the next 2 years engaged in the Washington talks. Even if I had been able to share this knowledge with the delegation, who were all from the occupied territories with no diplomatic experience, but who eventually proved to be formidable negotiators, it would have made little difference. All the important decisions on the Palestinian side were made by the PLO leaders in Tunis. So desperate were they to be brought into the negotiation process and to escape their isolation, that even had they known how tightly bound the United States was to follow the Israeli line, I believe they would likely have still made the mistakes they ended up making in the talks. With few allies regionally or globally, little ability to put pressure on Israel, and a limited understanding of the nature of the occupation or of the arcane legal issues involved, they had essentially chosen to put all their eggs in the basket of a U.S. government obliged to express only points of view pre-approved by Israel. Most important, they had little patience for the pettifogging legal detail that negotiations with experienced Israeli diplomats necessitated, or for a long-term strategy that might have worn down Israel's stubbornness on key issues involving control of territory, the expansion of settlements, and Jerusalem. In bringing all the parties together, the Madrid Conference served its function of starting a comprehensive negotiation process. It was followed by several different tracks. The 3 Arab states, Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, proceeded to bilateral talks with Israel on final peace treaties. Meanwhile, the Palestinian track, decoupled from that of Jordan, involved 10 rounds of discussions over a year and a half with Israeli representatives at the State Department in Washington. These remained rigidly restricted to the subject of limited self-rule in the West Bank and Gaza. Among many obstacles that prevented progress in Washington, the PLO leadership's flawed direction of the talks, the deceptive role of the United States, and Israel's obduracy on Palestinian rights, was the fact that while the Palestinian negotiators and their advisors gradually developed legal and diplomatic expertise, the leaders in Tunis had no understanding of its crucial importance in the process. This was all the more important given the distorted part played by many of the American personnel involved. Several were loath to push the Israelis on any issue of substance, such as settlement expansion and the status of Jerusalem during the interim period, or the scope of the jurisdiction the Palestinians were to have over the areas and populations that would become nominally autonomous. Whatever the issue at hand, the U.S. representatives considered the Israeli position, as they read it, to be the ceiling of what was feasible or could be discussed. We knew that they coordinated closely with their Israeli peers, and some of them took the formal, but secret, U.S. commitment to Israel to an extreme. American negotiator Aaron David Miller later regretfully used the term Israel's lawyer to describe his stance and that of many of his colleagues. Aptly, the term was apparently coined by Henry Kissinger, who knew a thing or two about American advocacy of Israeli policy. Quite different in this respect from any of his subordinates was James Baker, a man with extraordinarily fine political instincts and an acute sense of the ways to deploy power. He and Bush understood the benefit to the U.S. in the post-Cold War moment of a comprehensive resolution of the Arab-Israeli conflict and intuited that reaching a lasting agreement would require putting pressure on Israel. Baker also had enough backbone and a close enough relationship with the president to ignore the limitations on U.S. freedom of action, negotiated in 1975 by Kissinger, or at least to interpret these limitations loosely in light of what they saw as the U.S. national interest. They had done this to get the negotiations started, when Shamir stonewalled the administration's initial effort to sponsor a conference. Baker was not afraid to confront the Shamir government publicly, saying, "When you're serious about peace, call us," and offering the White House phone number. Baker pushed relentlessly for Palestinian participation at Madrid, in the teeth of stubborn opposition from Shamir. Those of us who met Baker sensed that he had sympathy for the predicament of Palestinians under occupation, and understood our frustration at the absurd restraints imposed by the Shamir government. This sympathy was in part the result of his prolonged interactions with Husseini, Ashrawi, Abd al-Shafi, and their colleagues during meetings to prepare for the conference. But Baker was only able, or willing, to do so much. Among the most important things he did not do was restrain Israeli actions that systematically changed the status quo in Palestine while negotiations were underway. These included continuous building of settlements and barring residents of the rest of the occupied territories from entering Jerusalem. Both were grave violations of the U.S. commitments embodied in Baker's letter of assurance. In the Palestinian view, by these actions Israel was preemptively eating the cake that the two sides were supposed to be dividing, while exploiting the prohibition on the Palestinian delegates that prevented them from talking about final status issues. Although the Bush administration's impatience with Shamir's obstructionism and the ceaseless pace of colonization of the West Bank led it to withhold $10 billion in loan guarantees that Israel sought for the resettlement of Russian Jews, this had little or no effect on the Israeli government. More than this Washington would not do. In any case, Baker was gone from the State Department 10 months after Madrid, drafted in August 1992 to run Bush's failing presidential campaign. From that point on, the junior officials who had been firmly under Baker's control while he was Secretary of State took over the shop, and they did not have his stature, his steely will in dealing with Israel, his even-handedness, or his vision. This situation went on for the remaining few months of the Bush administration and then became worse under Bill Clinton, who won election in November that year, and his two undistinguished secretaries of state, Warren Christopher and Madeleine Albright. No one at the top of the new administration had the same view of the process, of Israel, or of the Palestine issue as had Bush and Baker, and all were strongly under the influence of the officials they inherited from the Bush administration, especially Dennis Ross. Many members of this group of experts had a strong personal affinity for labor Zionism and deep admiration for Rabin, which was also true of Bill Clinton, who became Prime Minister in June 1992. They had made their reputations and careers by working the so-called peace process, which had been dragging on since the 1978 Camp David summit. The rise of these peace process professionals marked the demise of a generation of so-called Arabists in the State Department and other branches of government. The latter were mainly veterans of lengthy government service in the Middle East with extensive language capabilities, who brought to their jobs a deep understanding of the region and of the U.S.'s position in it. They were often vilified by flacks of such lobbies as the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, as being anti-Israel, which was a fiction. In fact, they simply did not represent an Israel-centric view, unlike most of those who eventually succeeded them. Their successors were men, they were all men, who had been involved in this issue to the exclusion of almost everything else. Disraeli's "The East is a career" became "The peace process is a career." They generally had academic expertise, Dennis Ross, Martin Indyk, Daniel Kurtzer, and Miller all had PhDs, but they had not spent years serving in the Middle East, nor did they have any particular sympathy for the region or its peoples, except for Israel. Several of them later served as U.S. ambassadors, Kurtzer to Egypt and Israel and Indik to Israel, others as Assistant Secretary of State for the Middle East, Head of Policy Planning at the State Department, and in the National Security Council. The doyen of these peace process professionals, and by far the most partisan, was Dennis Ross. As one senior State Department official said of him, Ross's bad habit is pre-consultation with the Israelis. Another was even more scathing. Ross, he said, was prone to preemptive capitulations to red lines, referring to Israel's red lines. 41 Over the decades that he dealt with this dossier, Ross's deep and abiding commitment to Israel only became more apparent, especially after he left government service in 2011. He had been in and out of public office since the mid-1970s. Thereafter he became a lobbyist for Israel in all but name, as head of the Jewish People Policy Planning Institute, a body founded and funded by the Jewish Agency, and as a distinguished fellow at the AIPAC-supported Washington Institute for Near East Policy, which he co-founded together with Martin Indyk. The other co-founder of YNEP, Martin Indyk, had also previously worked for AIPAC and became a key figure in the negotiations during the Clinton administration, which arranged rapid approval of U.S. citizenship for this Australian national so that he could take up a government post. In 1993, 42. The overt bias of Dennis Ross and some of his colleagues was obvious in all of our interactions. Their key characteristic was that they accepted Israel's stated public positions as the limit of what was admissible in terms of U.S. policy. For Ross and others, this outlook was rooted in their core beliefs. Indeed, Ross took his partiality to Israel even further, making his own assessments of what Israel would not accept and therefore what the U.S. could not countenance. These assessments often proved to be wrong. He deemed recognition of the PLO and its involvement in negotiations unacceptable to Israel, even though Rabin in fact eventually agreed to these terms. During one stalemate in Washington, the U.S. side, which had steadfastly refused to put forward its own ideas, agreed to offer what it called a bridging proposal. Proudly presented by Ross, this bridge to nowhere was even less forthcoming than the last position informally put forward by the Israelis themselves. 43 Ross's bias was apparent at another point in the talks, when in my hearing he threatened that if the Palestinian delegation did not accept a contentious point being pressed on them by Israel, Washington would get their friends in the Gulf to lean on them. The obstacles posed by Israel were of a completely different nature. While Shamir was prime minister, there was constant squabbling over procedure and a painful dialogue of the deaf as far as substance was concerned. In particular, Israel was wedded to Begin's vision, enunciated at Camp David in 1978, of autonomy for the people but not the land. This was in keeping with the Israeli rights view, indeed the core of the Zionist doctrine, that only one people, the Jewish people, had a legitimate right to existence and sovereignty in the entirety of the land, which was called Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, not Palestine. The Palestinians were, at best, interlopers. In practice, this meant that when the Palestinians argued for broad legal and territorial jurisdiction for the future self-governing authority, they were met with a firm refusal from Israeli negotiators. Similarly, there was a refusal to limit settlement activity in any way. This was not surprising. Famously, Shamir was reported as saying that he would have dragged out the talks for 10 more years while vastly increasing the number of Jewish settlers in Israeli-occupied territory. 44. After a labor-led coalition replaced Shamir's government, Rabin, now prime minister, wavered between prioritizing the Syrian or the Palestinian track. Ever the strategist, He realized that one of the advantages of reaching a deal with Syria was that it would put the Palestinians in a weaker position, making them easier to deal with. Rabin also felt that an agreement on the Syrian front was more strategically significant, relatively straightforward, and achievable. He was probably right about the last point, and he and Hafez al-Assad nearly managed to reach an agreement. As evidence of his seriousness in regard to Syria, Rabin appointed Itamar Rabinovich as chief negotiator on the Syrian track, and concurrently as Israel's ambassador to the U.S. A reserve colonel in the Israeli army, where he had been a senior intelligence officer, and a prominent academic with deep expertise on Syria, Rabinovich was an ideal choice for this position. His appointment led to what he himself described as some progress with the Syrians, although in the end the two sides could not come to terms, separated mainly by a disagreement over the disposition of a few strategic square miles of the shoreline, on the eastern side of the Sea of Galilee. This fairly uncomplicated but weighty problem was considerably amplified by the intense opposition in several quarters in Israel, and among its most fervent supporters in the U.S., to any withdrawal from the Golan Heights, a step which Rabin was prepared to contemplate. In the midst of the negotiations, I happened to attend a talk in Chicago where Rabinovich failed utterly to convince Israel's hardline supporters among the group that a deal with Syria was both feasible and desirable. This irrational opposition, I pointed out to Rabinovich, was something Israel had created for itself by its prior demonization of Assyria, with which he and Rabin were now convinced that Israel could reach an agreement. By contrast to his relatively flexible approach to Syria and his appointment of a highly suitable envoy, Rabin changed little in Israel's core approach to the Palestinians at the negotiating table. He kept in place the chief of the Israeli delegation, Eliakim Rubinstein, an experienced diplomat and later a Supreme Court justice, who was tough as nails in his dealings with us. There were some shifts in Israel's positions, on Palestinian elections, the contiguity of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and a few other matters, but the central element in Rubinstein's brief remained restricted to the most rigidly limited form of self-rule and nothing more. There was palpable disappointment within the Palestinian delegation, and in Tunis, when we realized that Israel's change of government did not herald a substantive change of views. We should not have been surprised. In a speech given in 1989, Rabin had made clear his commitment to Begin's Camp David approach, including autonomy but no independent state for the Palestinians. 6 years later, in October 1995, less than a month before he was assassinated, Rabin told the Knesset that any Palestinian entity to be created would be less than a state. In spite of the discouraging signs in Washington in January 1992, while Shamir was still in office, the Palestinian delegation put forward the outline of a proposal for a Palestinian Interim Self-Governing Authority, or PISCA, as we called it, which we foresaw as the stepping stone to a state. An enhanced and more substantive version was presented in March. Its core idea was the creation of a Palestinian governmental entity, whose authority was to be derived from its election by the people, including Palestinian residents of the West Bank, Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip, those displaced from these areas in 1967, as well as those deported since then by Israel. Following the election, the Israeli military government and its occupation bureaucracy, the euphemistically named civil administration, would transfer all powers to this new authority, after which these Israeli bodies would withdraw. The authority would have complete jurisdiction, but neither sovereignty nor full security control over the air, land, and water of the entirety of the occupied territories, including settlements, but not settlers, and over all their Palestinian inhabitants. Israel would have been obliged to freeze settlement activity and withdraw its troops to redeployment points along the borders of the occupied Palestinian territories when this authority came into being. Although the Pisgah proposal constituted a genuine effort to envisage a transition from occupation to independence, it was ultimately a vain attempt to do an end run around the limitations that constrained the negotiations, and the restricted forms of self-rule that Israel was prepared to countenance. These essentially reserved all powers over security, land, water, airspace, population registers, movement, settlements, and most other matters of importance for Israel. There were many reasons for the Pisgah proposal's failure, the main one being the doctrine that was at the root of the Palestinians' displacement, the Zionist doctrine of the exclusive Jewish right to the entirety of Palestine. Jurisdiction, as it was broadly envisaged in the Pisgah proposal, contradicted that core doctrine from which everything else flowed. It came far too close to the no-no of sovereignty to be acceptable to Rubinstein and his political bosses, be they Yitzhak Shamir or Yitzhak Rabin. Tunis formed another obstacle. Although the PLO leadership had approved the proposal, I sensed a distinct lack of enthusiasm for the concepts it embodied. They failed to promote it internationally, in the Arab world, or in Israel, even though such promotion might have provided it with some momentum. Perhaps they knew the Israeli government would never accept it, and they were overly eager for an acceptable deal, any deal. Or their tepid response may have been due to jealousy of a delegation that had actually produced a complex and carefully crafted plan, instead of simply reacting to whatever was presented by their adversaries, as the PLO had done since the beginning of the process and still does to this day. This problem was exacerbated by the deep tensions running between the PLO in Tunis and the Palestinians from the occupied territories, many of them veteran leaders of the Intifada, who were the official members of the delegation. We were all aware of this tension, and we saw it flare into open dispute on occasion. Many of us were present in Faisal Husseini's Washington hotel suite during furious phone exchanges between him and Arafat. The Israelis were also aware of the tension and happy to exploit it. In 1993, they suddenly changed the ground rules and allowed the direct participation of Husseini, Ashrawi, and others, including us advisors, who had been excluded from the formal negotiations. This may have seemed like a gracious concession, but as Rabin told Clinton during a meeting, his goal in so doing was to sow divisions among the Palestinians in the hope that a local leader could stand up to Arafat. These divide-and-rule tactics, which Rabin had employed when he was defense minister, are standard procedure for any colonial ruler, but they did not matter in the end. After rejecting our Pisgah proposal, the delegation in Washington received no serious counterproposal from the Israelis that would have meaningfully changed the colonial status quo inside Palestine. In consequence, the Washington talks proved fruitless. Something fundamental did eventually change in the Israeli position, although we had only an inkling of this shift during our time in Washington. After more than a year and a half of stalemate and frustration, we learned that an important secret exchange had taken place between the PLO and Israel. During the last round of talks with the Israelis in Washington in June 1993, Ashrawi and I were tasked with drafting a document overnight to serve as the basis for a briefing on this exchange, that we were to give the next day to diplomats representing the American sponsors. When I heard what we were supposed to tell them, I was surprised. The PLO and Israel, we learned, had reached a confidential understanding whereby PLO cadres and forces, possibly including officers of the Palestine Liberation Army, were to be allowed to enter the occupied territories and take up duties there as security forces. This was a revelation to those of us who were to deliver the briefing. If true, it meant that the PLO and Israel had been engaged in covert, direct negotiations. There had been rumors to this effect, and that they had already reached a tentative understanding on the issue paramount to both Rabin and Arafat, security. We later learned that this breakthrough was the result of the opening of an undisclosed negotiating track, That was completely separate from the secret Oslo talks and has never received the same degree of fame. This was only one of several tracks that Rabin authorized while keeping the existence of each one hidden from those involved in the others. The leading protagonists in the parallel Oslo negotiations, Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres and Ahmad Kurey, Abu al-Ala, had richly deserved reputations as relentless self-promoters, and it was to be expected that they would ensure that their story obliterated any other, which is just what happened. By contrast, Rabin and Arafat used confidential intermediaries to come to a quiet understanding on the key issue of security, which was an essential precondition and the basis for the success of the better-known and more exhaustive Oslo process that was simultaneously underway. These security talks took place entirely outside the limelight, in a location that is still secret, via discreet envoys, and little is known about them to this day. They were headed on Israel's side by a former chief of military intelligence who had also served as the first coordinator for dealing with the Palestinians under occupation, Major Gen. Ret. Shlomo Gazet. Rabin seemed to repose full confidence only in senior serving, reserve, and retired officers such as Gazet and Rabinovich. Arafat had the same inclination, and thus Gazet's opposite number was Nizar Ammar, a senior officer in the late Abu Iyad's intelligence services, who later served as commander of the security forces of the Palestinian Authority. Arafat had clearly authorized the briefing that Hanan, my colleagues, and I were about to give. I knew that because, incredulous that the Israelis had contemplated accepting such expansive terms, we sent a draft to Tunis which somewhat toned down what we had been told to say. We immediately got back emendations in Arafat's unmistakable handwriting restoring the draft to full strength. On June 23, 1993, we briefed Dan Kurtzer and Aaron David Miller, and they were incredulous as well. Even though we had not been authorized to say explicitly that a formal agreement existed, which was true, at best, it was an informal, albeit significant, understanding. Hanan Ashrawi said that to provide for security, the Palestinians needed to draw on external resources, for example, officers in the PLA with relevant experience. I added that Israeli security managers understood that such individuals were a necessity. One of the American diplomats quickly grasped that something may have been going on in communications between Israelis and Palestinians, but he doubted that such an arrangement would fly, unless you have an understanding with the Israelis. I tried to reassure them, saying that, we don't think we'll have a problem agreeing on this, with Israel. Well, for the first time we are speechless, Kurtzer said, while Miller added, this security presentation is otherworldly. These savvy U.S. diplomats undoubtedly knew that covert channels had been established between the two sides, but they found it hard to imagine that the PLO and Israel had been able to agree on anything so sweeping. They may have been chagrined as well, as this information went against everything they and Dennis Ross believed and had always told their superiors at the State Department, and in the White House. The Israelis would never deal directly with the PLO, let alone allow PLA forces into the occupied territories to take charge of security. Whatever their reaction, though, it was no longer up to the Americans. This important shift resulted from the lesson Rabin had learned from the Intifada, that Israel could no longer control the occupied territories solely by the use of force. In consequence, he was willing to do some things differently than Begin and Shamir while continuing the military occupation, and the colonization of what remained of Palestine. Indeed, spending on the settlements was curbed under Rabin's government, but overall settlement activity increased. To this end, Rabin authorized direct contact with the PLO, but held fast to the narrow option of limited self-rule. In time, these clandestine contacts led Rabin to accept the return of most of the PLO's leaders and cadres to Palestine, in the context of mutual recognition between the two sides via discreet envoys, and little is known about them to this day. They were headed on Israel's side by a former chief of military intelligence who had also served as the first coordinator for dealing with the Palestinians under occupation, Major Gen. Ret. Shlomo Gazet. Rabin seemed to repose full confidence only in senior-serving, reserve, and retired officers such as Gazet and Rabinovich. 52. Arafat had the same inclination, and thus Gazet's opposite number was Nizar Ammar, a senior officer in the late Abu Iyad's intelligence services, who later served as commander of the security forces of the Palestinian Authority. 53. Arafat had clearly authorized the briefing that Hanan, my colleagues, and I were about to give. I knew that because, incredulous that the Israelis had contemplated accepting such expansive terms, we sent a draft to Tunis which somewhat toned down what we had been told to say. We immediately got back emendations in Arafat's unmistakable handwriting, restoring the draft to full strength. On June 23, 1993, we briefed Dan Kurtzer and Aaron David Miller, and they were incredulous as well, even though we had not been authorized to say explicitly that a formal agreement existed, which was true. At best, it was an informal, albeit significant, understanding. Hanan Ashrawi said that to provide for security, the Palestinians needed to draw on external resources, for example, officers in the PLA with relevant experience. I added that Israeli security managers understood that such individuals were a necessity. One of the American diplomats quickly grasped that something may have been going on in communications between Israelis and Palestinians, but he doubted that such an arrangement would fly, unless you have an understanding with the Israelis. I tried to reassure them, saying that, we don't think we'll have a problem agreeing on this, with Israel. Well, for the first time we are speechless, Kurtzer said, while Miller added, this security presentation is otherworldly. These savvy U.S. diplomats undoubtedly knew that covert channels had been established between the two sides, but they found it hard to imagine that the PLO and Israel had been able to agree on anything so sweeping. They may have been chagrined as well, as this information went against everything they and Dennis Ross believed and had always told their superiors at the State Department, and in the White House. The Israelis would never deal directly with the PLO, let alone allow PLA forces into the occupied territories to take charge of security. Whatever their reaction, though, it was no longer up to the Americans. This important shift resulted from the lesson Rabin had learned from the Intifada, that Israel could no longer control the occupied territories solely by the use of force. In consequence, he was willing to do some things differently than Begin and Shamir while continuing the military occupation, and the colonization of what remained of Palestine. Indeed, spending on the settlements was curbed under Rabin's government, but overall settlement activity increased. To this end, Rabin authorized direct contact with the PLO, but held fast to the narrow option of limited self-rule. In time, these clandestine contacts led Rabin to accept the return of most of the PLO's leaders and cadres to Palestine, in the context of mutual recognition between the two sides, which was the basis of the Declaration of Principles between Israel and the PLO that was signed on the White House lawn in September 1993. By this agreement, Israel recognized the PLO as representative of the Palestinian people and the PLO recognized the State of Israel, while Rabin had done something no other Israeli leader had ever done by formally conceding that there was a Palestinian people, accepting the PLO as their representative, and opening negotiations with it, obtaining in return its recognition of the State of Israel. This exchange was neither symmetrical nor reciprocal. Israel had not recognized a Palestinian state or even made a commitment to allow the creation of one. This was a peculiar transaction, whereby a national liberation movement had obtained nominal recognition from its oppressors, without achieving liberation, by trading its own recognition of the state that had colonized its homeland and continued to occupy it. This was a resounding, historic mistake, one with grave consequences for the Palestinian people. By June 1993, 3 months before the ceremonial signing on the White House lawn, the Washington talks were no longer the primary site for negotiations between the PLO and Israel. The most important of the various covert, direct lines of communication that had opened up between the two parties was in Oslo. The two sides wished to escape the attention of our American hosts and the media, although that was a subsidiary reason for the shift. Once Rabin and Arafat had found that a direct deal was possible, they assigned various emissaries to explore the possibilities further. The talks in Oslo were authorized by the two leaders but were supervised on the Israeli side by Shimon Peres, and on the Palestinian by Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen. It was there that the Declaration of Principles, which came to be called Oslo I, was worked out and where the details of the agreement between the two sides were tied up. The problem with the agreement was that the devil is in the details, and the personnel the PLO sent to Oslo were not strong on details. Indeed, they did not have the linguistic or legal or other expertise necessary to comprehend exactly what the Israelis were doing. After initial rounds of exploratory discussions led on the Israeli side by two academics, the Palestinians then found themselves up against a formidable and expert Israeli negotiating team including individuals with vast international legal experience such as Joel Singer, another former colonel in the Israeli military. This team was assembled by Shimon Peres, who was no more prepared to see the Palestinians as equals or to countenance Palestinian statehood and sovereignty than were Rabin or Shamir. The Palestinian envoys at Oslo were simply out of their league, lacking resources and training, none of them having been in occupied Palestine for decades, and having failed to study and absorb the results of our 10 rounds of negotiations with Israel. The deteriorating situation of the Palestinian population in the occupied territories after Oslo, since the mid-1990s, has been in large measure the result of the choice of envoys whose performance at Oslo was inept, and of Arafat and his colleagues' willingness to sign the defective agreements they drew up. When we first saw the text of what had been agreed in Oslo, those of us with 21 months of experience in Madrid and Washington grasped immediately that the Palestinian negotiators had failed to understand what Israel meant by autonomy. What they had signed on to was a highly restricted form of self-rule in a fragment of the occupied territories, and without control of land, water, borders, or much else. In these and subsequent accords based on them, in force until the present day with minor modifications, Israel retained all such prerogatives, indeed amounting to virtually complete control over land and people, together with most of the attributes of sovereignty. This was exactly what our PSCA proposal had sought to avoid by attributing robust jurisdiction over people and land to an autonomous, elected Palestinian authority. As a result of their failure to see the importance of these vital assets, the Palestinian negotiators at Oslo had fallen into trap after trap that we had managed to avoid. In effect, they ended up accepting a barely modified version of the Begin Autonomy Plan, to which both the Shamir and Rabin governments held firm. After Israel's rejection of the PSCA proposal, our delegation had refused to accept self-rule a la Begin. The delegates from the occupied territories knew what self-rule Israeli style would mean in practice, as did the advisors to the delegation, who lived in or had spent extensive time in Palestine. Given the refusal of both the Shamir and Rabin governments to countenance a permanent settlement freeze or to end military rule, we knew that they were offering cosmetic changes only while intending to maintain the status quo of occupation into the indefinite future. This is why we dug in our heels in Washington and why the PLO should have ordered its envoys in Oslo to stand firm against such a Begin-style deal, which Edwards said rightly called an instrument of Palestinian surrender, a Palestinian Versailles. I am convinced that rejecting Israel's bare-bones offer in Washington and Oslo would have been the right course. Had the PLO taken such a tough stance, the outcome would not have been worse than the loss of land, resources, and freedom of movement suffered by the Palestinians since 1993. On balance, a failure to reach a deal would have been better than the deal that emerged from Oslo. Occupation would have continued, as it has anyway, but without the veil of Palestinian self-government, without relieving Israel of the financial burden of governing and administering a population of millions, and without security coordination, the worst outcome of Oslo, whereby the PA helps Israel police the restive Palestinians living under its military regime as their lands are gradually appropriated by Israeli colonizers. There is also the small chance that Rabin might have been forced to concede better terms. Whether such hypothetical terms might have led to a truly sovereign Palestinian state is impossible to say. However, just as the PLO felt compelled to secure a deal, Rabin too felt the need to produce an agreement, especially after progress on the Syrian track stalled. According to Itamar Rabinovich, by August 1993, Rabin felt pressure to make a dramatic move, given the stalemate after a year of negotiations with Syria and the Palestinians, and the instability of the coalition government he headed. That move might have been in the direction of a better deal for the Palestinians. This outcome does not seem likely, however, since Rabin proved to be constrained by his limitations and biases, an ingrained preoccupation with security, which in the Israeli lexicon has an all-encompassing meaning of complete domination and control of the adversary, and a deep disdain for Palestinian nationalism and the PLO in particular, which he had fought for much of his career. This disdain was evident on Rabin's face when he shook Arafat's hand in Washington in September 1993. He also had to take account of the ferocious opposition to any genuine agreement with the Palestinians, from the fervent religious nationalist partisans of the Greater Land of Israel. He was right to fear this potent group. One of its adherents, Yigal Amir, killed him in 1995, and they have dominated Israeli politics ever since. Yasser Arafat returned to Palestine in July 1994, and I visited him soon after in his new headquarters, overlooking the sea in Gaza. He was ecstatic to be back in his homeland after nearly 30 years and to have escaped from the gilded cage that had been his lot in Tunis. He did not seem to realize that he had moved from one cage to another. I had come to express my deep concern about the deteriorating situation in Arab East Jerusalem, where I had been living. Israel had closed the city off to Palestinians from the rest of the occupied territories, and had begun erecting a series of walls and massive fortified border checkpoints to regulate their entry. There were many worrying signs that things were getting worse for the Palestinian population of Jerusalem, with draconian restrictions on the entry of West Bankers and Gazans starving the economy of the Arab part of the city, and an acceleration of land seizure, home demolitions, and exile of Jerusalemites whom Israel arbitrarily deemed had lost their residency. Arafat brushed aside my concerns. I soon realized that my visit was a waste of time. He was still afloat on a wave of euphoria, enjoying the homage of worshipful delegations from all over Palestine. He was in no mood to hear bad news, and in any case, he airily indicated, any problems would soon be resolved. I received precisely the same brush-off later that day when I expressed similar concerns to Abu Mazen, also newly arrived in Gaza. It was clear to me that Arafat and Abu Mazen optimistically assumed that what their envoys had been unable to obtain for the Palestinians at Oslo, they would manage to extract from Israel in subsequent negotiations. Arafat was presumably relying on his legendary skill at maneuvering, with which he had for decades dealt with the Arab regimes, eventually wearing out the patience of many of their monarchs and dictators. But the Israelis were not in the least susceptible to the legerdemain for which Arafat was famous. They stuck grimly to their guns, and later accords were just as one-sided as Oslo I. The interim agreement on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, or Oslo II as it is known, was agreed upon by the two sides in 1995 and completed the ruinous work of Oslo I. It carved both regions into an infamous patchwork of areas, A, B, and C, with over 60% of the territory, Area C, under complete, direct, and unfettered Israeli control. The Palestinian Authority was granted administrative and security control in the 18% that constituted Area A, and administrative control in the 22% of Area B, while Israel remained in charge of security there. Together, Areas A and B comprised 40% of the territory but housed some 87% of the Palestinian population. Area C included all but one of the Jewish settlements. Israel also kept full power over entering and leaving all parts of Palestine and held exclusive control of the population registers, meaning that it decided who had residency rights and who could live where. Settlement construction was able to continue apace. Jerusalem was further severed from the West Bank, and Palestinians from the occupied territories were increasingly barred from entering Israel. Eventually, scores of military checkpoints and hundreds of miles of walls and electrified fences carved the West Bank into a series of isolated islands and scarred the landscape. It soon became impossible to do what I and many Palestinians had done regularly and without difficulty: drive to Ramallah from Jerusalem in under half an hour, or travel quickly to Gaza from the West Bank. I will never forget the lone Israeli soldier, tipped back on a chair, his weapon on his lap, who lazily waved us through the ramshackle checkpoint that marked the entry to the Gaza Strip as we entered on my first visit there, after the Oslo Accords. With the new checkpoints and walls and the need for hard-to-obtain Israeli permits to pass through them, with Israel blocking free movement among the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, and with the introduction of roads forbidden to Palestinian travel, the progressive constriction of Palestinian life, especially for Gazans, was underway. Arafat and his colleagues in the PLO leadership, who sailed through the checkpoints with their VIP passes, did not seem to know, or care, about the increasing confinement of ordinary Palestinians. Most PLO personnel soon moved from Tunis and elsewhere to the occupied territories, where they took positions, usually the top ones, in the security forces and in the institutions of the PA. The authority had supposedly been set up as the interim body for self-rule in the occupied territories, to be supplanted in a few years by a permanent form of governance after final status negotiations, which never happened. The PLO carried out its wholesale relocation as if liberation had already occurred, instead of keeping part, if not most, of the PLO apparatus outside Palestine until the outcome of the Oslo Accords was clear. Only the political department, its foreign ministry, and a few other offices remained in Tunis or in other countries. On a human level, it was easy to sympathize with the wish to return home, after a lengthy exile, as well as the desire to escape the unwelcoming Arab capitals to which the PLO had been consigned since 1982. It also made sense for the organization's people to live among their popular political base, the segment located inside Palestine, after they had been cut off from most Palestinian communities. But there was a hidden peril in bringing most of the PLO to the still occupied territories. Arafat and his colleagues had effectively put themselves in a cage, at the mercy of a military regime that remained in place and largely unchanged. In an ominous sign, Israel tried to prevent some of the PLO's personnel from living in Jerusalem or operating there. Worse was to come. In 2002, at the height of the intense violence of the Second Intifada, Israeli troops stormed the PA's offices in Ramallah and other parts of Area A. They also shut down Orient House, long the center of Palestinian political activity in Jerusalem and headquarters for the teams negotiating with Israel. It remains closed to this day. Israel was also able to restrict or forbid any Palestinian activities, travel, or meetings, and it used this power liberally against the PA's leaders. In effect, the PLO had entered the lion's mouth, and it did not take long for the jaws to snap shut. In September 2002, the Israeli army imposed a siege on the Muqatta, Arafat's Ramallah HQ, making him a virtual prisoner for the next 2 years until shortly before he died. In the quarter century since the Oslo Agreements, the situation in Palestine and Israel has often been falsely described as a clash between two near-equals, between the State of Israel and the quasi-state of the Palestinian Authority. This depiction masks the unequal, unchanged colonial reality. The PA has no sovereignty, no jurisdiction, and no authority except that allowed it by Israel, which even controls a major part of its revenues in the form of customs duties and some taxes. Its primary function, to which much of its budget is devoted, is security, but not for its people. It is mandated by U.S. and Israeli dictates to provide security for Israel's settlers and occupation forces against the resistance, violent and otherwise, of other Palestinians. Since 1967, there has been one state authority in all of the territory of Mandatory Palestine, that of Israel. The creation of the PA did nothing to change that reality, rearranging the deckchairs on the Palestinian Titanic, while providing Israeli colonization and occupation with an indispensable Palestinian shield. Facing the colossus that is the Israeli state is a colonized people denied equal rights, and the ability to exercise their right of national self-determination, a continuous condition since the idea of self-determination took hold globally after World War I. The Intifada had brought Rabin and the Israeli security establishment to the realization that the occupation, with Israeli troops policing densely populated Palestinian centers simmering with anger, needed modification. The result of that realization, the Oslo Framework, was designed to preserve those parts of the occupation that were advantageous to Israel, the privileges and prerogatives enjoyed by the state and the settlers, while offloading onerous responsibilities and simultaneously preventing genuine Palestinian self-determination, statehood, and sovereignty. Oslo I was the first such modification, with others added in subsequent years, all of them aimed at maintaining the disparity of power, irrespective of who was Israel's prime minister. Oslo I also involved the most far-reaching modification, which was the decision to enlist the PLO as a subcontractor for the occupation. This was the actual meaning of the security deal Rabin made with Arafat, which my colleagues and I had announced to the American diplomats in June 1993. The key point was always security for Israel, for its occupation and settlers, while offloading the cost and liability of subjugating the Palestinian population. More bluntly, as Rabin's collaborator, Major General Shlomo Gazit, put it publicly in 1994, Yasser Arafat has a choice. He can be a Lord or a superlord. Gazit's reference was to Antoine Lod, the Lebanese commander of the Israeli-armed, Israeli-paid, and Israeli-controlled South Lebanese Army, tasked with helping to maintain Israel's occupation of South Lebanon from 1978 to 2000. With this revealing remark, Gazit confirmed the real objective of what he and his boss, Rabin, had put in place with Oslo. The system created in Oslo and Washington was not just Israel's venture. As in 1967 and 1982, Israel was joined by its indispensable sponsor, the United States. The Oslo straitjacket could not have been imposed on the Palestinians without American connivance. From Camp David back in 1978 on, the architecture of the negotiations, with its devious and infinitely flexible interim stage and deferral of Palestinian statehood, was not enforced primarily by Israel, even if the framework was dreamed up by Begin and carried forward by his heirs in both Israeli political blocs, Likud and Labor. It was the United States that provided the muscle, behind the insistence that for the Palestinians this was the only possible negotiating path, leading to only one possible outcome. The United States was not just an accessory, it was Israel's partner. This partnership involved far more than simply acquiescence or consent on the part of every U.S. administration from Carter until today. It has relied on American support on the political, diplomatic, military, and legal levels, the bountiful sums of money in aid, loans, and tax-free charitable donations given to support the settlements and the creeping absorption of Arab neighborhoods in Jerusalem, and the copious flow of the world's most advanced arms, to advance Israel's colonization of the entirety of Palestine. The Oslo Accords in effect constituted another internationally sanctioned, American-Israeli declaration of war on the Palestinians in furtherance of the Zionist movement's century-old project. But unlike 1947 and 1967, this time Palestinian leaders allowed themselves to be drawn into complicity with their adversaries. Chapter 6. The Sixth Declaration of War, 2000 to 2014. This is a unique colonialism that we've been subjected to where they have no use for us. The best Palestinian for them is either dead or gone. It's not that they want to exploit us, or that they need to keep us there in the way of Algeria or South Africa as a subclass. Edwards said. For most Palestinians, deep disappointment with the Oslo Accords set in not long after the 1993 signing ceremony on the White House lawn. The prospect of an end to the military occupation and to the theft of land for Israeli settlements had originally been received with euphoria, and many people believed they were at the beginning of a path leading to statehood. As time went on, there was a dawning realization that despite and even because of the terms of Oslo, the colonization of Palestine was continuing apace and Israel was no closer to allowing the creation of an independent Palestinian state. In fact, conditions grew much worse for all but a very small number of individuals whose economic or personal interests were intertwined with the Palestinian Authority and who benefited from normalized relations with Israel. For everyone else, there were consistent denials of permission to travel and move goods from one place to another as a labyrinthine system of permits, checkpoints, walls, and fences was created. In a conscious Israeli policy of separation, Gaza was severed from the West Bank, which was itself severed from Jerusalem. Jobs within Israel did not return, the settlements and settler-only roads between them proliferated, fragmenting the West Bank to devastating effect. Between 1993 and 2004, GDP per capita declined, despite promises of a prosperity that was just around the corner. A privileged few, influential figures with the PLO or the PA, were granted VIP passes that allowed them to sail through the Israeli checkpoints. Everyone else lost the ability to move freely around Palestine. Until 1991, great numbers of Palestinians had worked in Israel without hindrance and without requiring a special permit. One could travel in a car with West Bank or Gaza license plates anywhere in Israel and in the occupied territories. Any expectation of having that freedom restored was quickly quashed. The majority of the population could not obtain permits to travel and was now effectively confined to the West Bank, or to the Gaza Strip, to the inferior roads dotted with checkpoints intended for the indigenous population, while the settlers rode above them on a network of superb highways and overpasses that was constructed for their exclusive use. This post-Oslo confinement was most constricting in the Gaza Strip. In the decades following 1993, the Strip was cut off from the rest of the world in stages, encircled by troops on land and the Israeli Navy by sea. Entering and leaving required rarely issued permits and became possible only through massive fortified checkpoints, resembling human cattle pens, while arbitrary Israeli closures frequently interrupted the shipment of goods in and out of the Strip. The economic results of what was in effect a siege of the Gaza Strip were particularly damaging. Most Gazans depended on work in Israel or on exporting goods. With stringent restrictions on doing both, economic life underwent a slow strangulation. In Jerusalem, the largest and most important urban center in Arab Palestine, barriers placed at the entrances to the Palestinian neighborhoods of East Jerusalem prevented free movement between the city and the West Bank hinterland, on which it depended economically, culturally, and politically. Its markets, schools, businesses, cultural institutions, and professional practices had all thrived primarily on a clientele from across the occupied territories, as well as Palestinians from inside Israel and foreign tourists. Suddenly, Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza were required to obtain permits, which were unattainable for most. Even if they managed to procure a permit, routine humiliation and hours of delay awaited them while passing through the Israeli checkpoints that controlled movement into the city from the West Bank. The impact of this closure of Jerusalem on the city's economy was shattering. According to a 2018 European Union report, the contribution of Arab East Jerusalem to the Palestinian GDP has shrunk from 15% in 1993 to 7% today. The EU report noted that, due to its physical isolation and the strict Israeli permit policy, the city has largely ceased to be the economic, urban, and commercial center that it once was. 5. These worsening conditions were barely noted in the mainstream media, and there was great surprise in international circles when the Palestinian population, still under occupation, expressed the West Bank to devastating effect. Between 1993 and 2004, GDP per capita declined, despite promises of a prosperity that was just around the corner. 2. A privileged few, influential figures with the PLO or the PA, were granted VIP passes that allowed them to sail through the Israeli checkpoints. Everyone else lost the ability to move freely around Palestine. Until 1991, great numbers of Palestinians had worked in Israel without hindrance and without requiring a special permit. One could travel in a car with West Bank or Gaza license plates anywhere in Israel and in the occupied territories. Any expectation of having that freedom restored was quickly quashed. The majority of the population could not obtain permits to travel and was now effectively confined to the West Bank, or to the Gaza Strip, to the inferior roads dotted with checkpoints intended for the indigenous population, while the settlers rode above them on a network of superb highways and overpasses that was constructed for their exclusive use. This post-Oslo confinement was most constricting in the Gaza Strip. In the decades following 1993, the Strip was cut off from the rest of the world in stages, encircled by troops on land and the Israeli Navy by sea. 3 Entering and leaving required rarely issued permits, and became possible only through massive fortified checkpoints resembling human cattle pens, while arbitrary Israeli closures frequently interrupted the shipment of goods in and out of the Strip. The economic results of what was in effect a siege of the Gaza Strip were particularly damaging. Most Gazans depended on work in Israel or on exporting goods. With stringent restrictions on doing both, economic life underwent a slow strangulation. 4. In Jerusalem, the largest and most important urban center in Arab Palestine, barriers placed at the entrances to the Palestinian neighborhoods of East Jerusalem prevented free movement between the city and the West Bank hinterland, on which it depended economically, culturally, and politically. Its markets, schools, businesses, cultural institutions, and professional practices had all thrived primarily on a clientele from across the occupied territories, as well as Palestinians from inside Israel and foreign tourists. Suddenly, Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza were required to obtain permits, which were unattainable for most. Even if they managed to procure a permit, routine humiliation and hours of delay awaited them while passing through the Israeli checkpoints that controlled movement into the city from the West Bank. The impact of this closure of Jerusalem on the city's economy was shattering. According to a 2018 European Union report, The contribution of Arab East Jerusalem to the Palestinian GDP has shrunk from 15% in 1993 to 7% today. The EU report noted that, due to its physical isolation and the strict Israeli permit policy, the city has largely ceased to be the economic, urban, and commercial center that it once was. These worsening conditions were barely noted in the mainstream media, and there was great surprise in international circles when the Palestinian population, still under occupation, expressed its bitter sense of betrayal via massive demonstrations in September 2000. The persistent, hazy glow of Oslo had blinded most observers, whether in Israel, the United States, or Europe, and especially within liberal Zionist circles. The myth of Oslo's beneficence continued to preclude clear-eyed analysis, even after the eruption of violence in 2000. But to the PLO's vigorous new rival, Hamas, the evidence that Oslo was not what its Palestinian advocates had made it out to be was grist for its mill. Founded at the outset of the First Intifada in December 1987, Hamas had grown quickly, capitalizing on the currents of popular discontent with the PLO that had emerged for a variety of reasons. During the Intifada, Hamas had insisted on maintaining a separate identity, refusing to join the unified national command. It promoted itself as a more militant Islamist alternative to the PLO, denouncing the abandonment of armed struggle and turned to diplomacy that was adopted in the PNC's 1988 Declaration of Independence. Only the use of force could lead to the liberation of Palestine, Hamas argued, reasserting the claim to the entirety of Palestine, not just the areas occupied by Israel in 1967. Hamas was an outgrowth of the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, an organization founded in Egypt in 1928 with reformist aims, but which turned to violence in the 1940s and 1950s, only to reconcile with the Egyptian regime under Sadat in the 1970s. Hamas was begun in Gaza by militants who felt that the Brotherhood had been too accommodating toward the Israeli occupier, in return for lenient treatment. Indeed, in the first 2 decades of the occupation, when the military authorities severely repressed all other Palestinian political, social, cultural, professional, and academic groups, they had allowed the Brotherhood to operate freely. Because of its utility to the occupation in splitting the Palestinian national movement, Israeli indulgence of the Brotherhood was extended to Hamas, notwithstanding its uncompromising and anti-Semitic program and commitment to violence. This was not the main reason for its success, however. The rise of Hamas was part of a regional trend that represented a response to what many perceived as the bankruptcy of the secular nationalist ideologies that had dominated politics in the Middle East for most of the 20th century. In the wake of the PLO's shift away from armed struggle and toward a diplomatic path meant to lead to a Palestinian state that failed to achieve results, many Palestinians felt that the organization had lost its way, and Hamas grew in consequence, despite its extremely conservative social positions and the sketchy outline of the future it proposed. Hamas was momentarily disconcerted by the wave of popular satisfaction when the Madrid Peace Conference was convened with Palestinian participation, albeit under Israeli-imposed conditions. During the Washington negotiations, Hamas nevertheless continued to criticize the very principle of negotiating with Israel and maintained its efforts to keep the Intifada alive. The signing of the Oslo Accords had a similar effect in both raising Palestinian expectations and temporarily undermining Hamas. But given that the PLO's standing was linked to the results of its dealings with Israel, the widespread popular disappointment that followed the implementation of the Oslo Accords left Hamas poised to reap the benefits, and it sharpened its critique of the PLO and the newly formed PA. Palestinians suffered another disappointment when the 5-year interim period specified in the Accords continued long after it should have ended. This was a further setback for Arafat's negotiating strategy, as was the fact that final status negotiations were never started, let alone completed, as they should have been by 1999. Another setback for the PLO was the failure in 2000 of the last-ditch Camp David summit between Arafat and Israel's Prime Minister Ehud Barak, called by President Clinton in the final months of his second term when he was already a very lame duck, after Barak's government had lost its majority in the Knesset, and when Arafat's popularity was in sharp decline. The summit was poorly prepared. There had been no prior understandings between the two sides, as is normal in a summit-level meeting, and Arafat had to be coerced into attending, fearing being blamed for its eventual failure. Camp David ended in disaster, with Barak avoiding substantive meetings with Arafat and instead putting forward a secret proposal through the Americans, while refusing any modifications. With this extraordinary procedure, the U.S. in effect formally endorsed the Israeli position. Barak's unmodifiable proposal, which was never published, only reconstructed by participants after the event, was unacceptable to the Palestinians in several crucial respects. These included permanent Israeli control of the Jordan River Valley and of Palestine's airspace, and therefore of access to the outside world, which meant the projected Palestinian state would not be truly sovereign. Israel's continued control over West Bank water resources, as well as its annexation of areas that would have divided the West Bank into several isolated blocks. Not surprisingly, the greatest gulf between the two sides was over the disposition of Jerusalem. Israel demanded exclusive sovereignty, including over the entire Haram al-Sharif and most of the rest of the Old City, which was a central element in the ultimate breakdown of the talks. Clinton thereafter proceeded to blame Arafat for the summit's failure, although he had earlier pledged not to do so. Even before the talks ended, Barak began briefing journalists on Arafat's obstructionism, and was soon proclaiming that the Palestinians did not desire peace. This strategy was ultimately self-defeating. Barak looked foolish for having attended a summit that was bound to fail, if his assessment of Arafat and the PLO was correct. It also cast into question the entire approach of Rabin, Peres, Barak, and Israel's Labor Party. The immediate beneficiary of Barak's tactical missteps was Ariel Sharon, who now led the Likud and had the merit of consistency. He had always said no agreement was possible with the Palestinians and had ferociously opposed the Oslo Accords. On the Palestinian side, the recriminations flew, after this last-ditch salvage effort confirmed that Israel was unwilling to accept anything resembling full Palestinian sovereignty, that the Oslo process would therefore not produce a resolution that met minimal Palestinian demands, and that the miserable status quo would continue. All of this strengthened Hamas and led to unprecedented polarization in the Palestinian polity, creating a gulf within the population. At this point, Hamas constituted the most serious threat since the mid-1960s to the hegemony of Fatah within the PLO, and to the monopoly of the PLO over Palestinian politics. The worsening situation for Palestinians after Oslo, the fading prospect of statehood, and the intense rivalry between the PLO and Hamas combined to produce the flammable material that erupted into the Second Intifada in September 2000. It required only a match to set it off. A provocative visit by Ariel Sharon to the Haram al-Sharif, surrounded by hundreds of security personnel, provided that match. The Haram, known to Jews as the Temple Mount, had been a focus of nationalist and religious passions for both sides at least since the bloody events of 1929, when a flag-waving demonstration by rowdy Zionist revisionist extremists at the adjacent Western Wall set off days of violence all over the country with hundreds of casualties on each side. Palestinian concerns were heightened immediately after the 1967 conquest of the eastern part of the city, when the occupation authorities destroyed an entire neighborhood adjoining the Haram, Harat al-Maghariba, the Maghribi Quarter, together with its mosques, shrines, homes, and shops, in order to create a vast esplanade adjoining the Western Wall. Many of the sites destroyed during the night of June 10 to 11 by Israeli bulldozers were waqfs, like the Madrasa al-Afdaliyah, established in 1190 by the Ayyubid ruler al-Malik al-Afdal, son of Saladin. Another, destroyed 2 years later, was the ancient Zawiya al-Fakriyah, a Sufi lodge immediately adjacent to the Haram. With the city now closed to West Bank and Gaza Palestinians and Israeli settlers' ongoing expansion into East Jerusalem, residents feared that they were about to be supplanted. In 1999, 1 year earlier, Israel had opened a tunnel running beneath much of the Old City and adjoining the Haram, causing damage to properties above in the Muslim quarter, and sparking widespread demonstrations. Sharon's visit, coming soon after the failed Camp David summit, could not have happened at a worse moment. Sharon, who was campaigning to follow Barak as prime minister, heaped fuel on the flames, declaring, "The Temple Mount is in our hands and will remain in our hands." Given Sharon's reckless and opportunistic record, it seems clear that he intended to exploit the volatile context to better position himself to win the upcoming elections, which he succeeded in doing a few months later. The result of his provocation was the worst upsurge of violence in the occupied territories since 1967, violence which thereafter spread inside Israel via a wave of deadly suicide bombings. The increase in the level of bloodshed was striking. During the 8+ years of the First Intifada, some 1,600 people were killed, an average of 177 per year, 12% of them Israelis. In the calmer 4 years that followed, 90 people died, or about 20 per year, 22% of them Israelis. By contrast, the 8 years of the Second Intifada left 6,600 dead, an average of 825 per year, about 1,100 Israelis, just under 17%, and 4,916 Palestinians, who were killed by Israeli security forces and settlers. Over 600 Palestinians were also killed by other Palestinians. Most of the Israelis who died in the latter period were civilians killed by Palestinian suicide bombers inside Israel, while 332, just under a third of the total, were members of the security forces. This striking increase in the number of those killed during the Second Intifada gives a sense of the sharp escalation of violence. While the rivalry between Hamas and the PLO played a role in this escalation, the Israeli forces' massive use of live ammunition against unarmed demonstrators from the outset, they fired 1.3 million bullets in the first few days of the uprising, was a crucial factor, causing a shocking number of casualties. This mayhem eventually provoked some Palestinians, many of them from the PA's security forces, to take up arms and explosives. It seemed to perceptive observers that the Israeli military was well prepared to escalate, and may have intended to trigger just such a development. Predictably, Israel turned to heavy weapons, including helicopters, tanks, and artillery, producing even higher Palestinian casualties. Hamas and its junior partners in Islamic Jihad thereupon responded by mounting extensive assaults with suicide bombers, who mainly attacked vulnerable civilian targets, buses, cafes, and shopping centers, inside Israel. This tactic involved taking the violence, which had thus far been largely concentrated inside the occupied territories, to the enemy's home territory, and it was one against which Israel initially had no defense. Starting at the end of 2001, and with increasing frequency, Fatah joined in, producing a deadly competition. A murderous acceleration of suicide bombings followed, sparked in part by the rivalry between the two factions. According to one study of the first 5 years of the Second Intifada, almost 40% of the suicide bombings were carried out by Hamas, nearly 26% by its ally Islamic Jihad, over 26% by Fatah, and the rest by the latter's partners in the PLO. The PLO had renounced violence in 1988, but as large numbers of demonstrators were shot by Israeli troops and as Hamas responded with suicide attacks, the pressure on Fatah to act grew, and escalation became inevitable. Triggered by the 1994 massacre inside the Ibrahimi Mosque in Hebron of 29 Palestinians by an armed settler, between 1994 and 2000 Hamas and Islamic Jihad had pioneered the use of suicide bombers inside Israel, as part of their campaign against the Oslo Accords, killing 171 Israelis in 27 bombings. By the end of that period, however, these attacks had been largely contained by the ferocious repression exercised by the PA security services. The PLO leadership pushed to stop these attacks at all costs to keep the limping Oslo process going. To that end, the PA security apparatus, largely made up of Fatah militants who had served time in Israeli jails, used torture on Hamas suspects just as freely as Israeli interrogators had used it on them. Such experiences engendered deep fratricidal hatred on both sides, which was to erupt in the open PLO-Hamas split starting in the mid-2000s. In stark contrast to the first, the Second Intifada constituted a major setback for the Palestinian national movement. Its consequences for the occupied territories were severe and damaging. In 2002, with its heavy weapons causing widespread destruction, the Israeli army reoccupied the limited areas, mainly cities and towns, that had been evacuated as part of the Oslo Accords. That same year, Israeli troops imposed their siege on Yasser Arafat's Ramallah headquarters, where he fell mortally ill. Having avoided meeting with him after my disappointing encounter in Gaza in 1994, I was encouraged to see the ailing old man by my friend Sari Nuzibeh, and visited him twice during the siege, finding him much diminished physically and mentally. This harsh treatment of the Palestinian people's historic leader was demeaning, as Ariel Sharon intended it to be. It also confirmed the grave error the PLO had made in moving almost all of its leadership into the occupied territories, where they were vulnerable to such humiliations. Coming after the collapse of the Camp David summit, Israel's reoccupation of the cities and towns of the West Bank and Gaza Strip shattered any remaining pretense that the Palestinians had or would acquire something approaching sovereignty or real authority over any part of their land. It exacerbated the political differences among Palestinians and underlined the absence of a viable alternative strategy, revealing the failure of both the PLO's diplomatic course and the armed violence of Hamas and others. These events showed that Oslo had failed, that the use of guns and suicide bombings had failed, and that for all the casualties inflicted on Israeli civilians, the biggest losers in every way were the Palestinians. Another consequence was that the terrible violence of the Second Intifada erased the positive image of Palestinians that had evolved since 1982 and through the First Intifada and the peace negotiations. With horrifying scenes of recurrent suicide bombings transmitting globally, and with this coverage eclipsing that of the much greater violence perpetrated against the Palestinians, Israelis ceased to be seen as oppressors, reverting to the more familiar role of victims of irrational, fanatical tormentors. The potent negative impact of the Second Intifada for the Palestinians and the effect of suicide bombings on Israeli opinion and politics certainly bear out the trenchant critique of the Palestinians' employment of violence expressed by Iqbal Ahmad back in the 1980s. Such considerations were undoubtedly far from the minds of the men, and a few women, who planned and carried out these suicide bombings. It is possible to speculate on what they sought to achieve, even while showing how flawed their aims were. Even if one accepts their own narrative, which sees suicide bombings as retaliation for Israel's indiscriminate use of live ammunition against unarmed demonstrators for the first several weeks of the Second Intifada, and its attacks on Palestinian civilians and assassinations in Gaza, that begs the question of whether these bombings were meant to achieve anything more than blind revenge. It also elides the fact that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, which launched two-thirds of the suicide bombings during the Intifada, had carried out over 20 such attacks in the 1990s before Sharon's visit to the Haram. It may be argued that these attacks were meant to deter Israel. This is risible, given the long-established doctrine of the Israeli military that irrespective of the cost, it must gain the upper hand in any confrontation, and establish its unchallenged capacity not only to deter its enemies, but to crush them. Sharon did just that during the Second Intifada, faithfully implementing this doctrine, as had Rabin before him during the First Intifada, although in that previous case at great political cost, as Rabin himself recognized. Equally risible is the idea that such attacks on civilians were hammer blows that might lead to a dissolution of Israeli society. This theory is based on a widespread but fatally flawed analysis of Israel as a deeply divided and artificial polity, which ignores the manifestly successful nation-building efforts of Zionism over more than a century, as well as the cohesiveness of Israeli society in spite of its many internal divisions. But the most important factor missing in whatever calculations were being made by those who planned the bombings was the fact that the longer the attacks continued, the more unified the Israeli public became behind Sharon's hardline posture. In effect, suicide bombings served to unite and strengthen the adversary, while weakening and dividing the Palestinian side. By the end of the Second Intifada, according to reliable polls, most Palestinians opposed this tactic. Thus, besides raising grave legal and moral issues, and depriving the Palestinians of a positive media image, on a strategic level these attacks were massively counterproductive. Whatever blame attaches to Hamas and Islamic Jihad for the suicide bombings that produced this fiasco, the PLO leadership that eventually followed suit must also share it. Yasser Arafat died in November 2004 in a Paris hospital in circumstances that have remained murky. Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen, replaced him as head of the PLO and Fatah, and was elected to the presidency of the PA for a 4-year term in January 2005. No presidential election has been held since then, so Abbas has ruled without a democratic mandate from 2009 on. Arafat's death marked the passing of an era, a half-century that began in the early 1950s with the first stirrings of a revived national movement, and ended with Palestinian fortunes at their lowest ebb since 1948. Over the succeeding decade and a half, Abbas presided ineffectually over a grave deterioration in the already weakened state of the national movement, an intensification of inter-Palestinian conflict, a substantial expansion of Zionist colonization of what remained of Palestine, and a series of Israeli wars on an increasingly besieged Gaza Strip. One of the few surviving members of the old guard of the Fatah Central Committee that had long dominated the PLO, Abbas was neither charismatic nor eloquent. He was not renowned for personal bravery or considered a man of the people. Overall, he was one of the least impressive of the early generation of prominent Fatah leaders. While a few of this group died of natural causes, many of them, Abu Iyad, Abu Jihad, Saad Sail, Abu al-Walid, Majid Abu Sharar, Abu Yusuf Najjar, Kamal Adwan, Hale, Abd al-Hamid, Abu al-Hol, and Abu Hassan Salameh, had been killed by assassins of the Mossad or of groups backed by the Syrian, Iraqi, and Libyan regimes. With Ghassan Kanafani and Kamal Nasser, they had been among the movement's best and most effective leaders and spokespersons, and their loss left the Palestinians with a less dynamic and feebler organization. Israel's systematic liquidations under the rubric of targeted killings continued throughout the Second Intifada and during the Abbas years, as Fatah, PFLP, Hamas, and Islamic Jihad leaders were also killed. That some of these assassinations were driven by political rather than military or security considerations was made clear with the killing of Ismail Abu Shanab, for example, who was a vocal opponent within Hamas of suicide bombings. The ongoing war on Gaza, which included major Israeli ground offensives in 2008-9, 2012, and 2014, was combined with regular Israeli military incursions into Palestinian areas of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. These involved arrests and assassinations, the demolition of homes, and the suppression of the population, all of which took place with the quiet collusion of the Fatah-run PA in Ramallah. These events confirmed that the PA was a body with no sovereignty and no real authority except that allowed it by Israel, as it collaborated in quashing protests in the West Bank while Israel pounded Gaza. Hamas and Islamic Jihad had boycotted the presidential election of 2005, as they had earlier PA elections, in line with their rejection of the Oslo process and of the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian Legislative Assembly that had emerged from it. Soon after, however, Hamas performed a surprising U-turn, deciding to run a slate of candidates in the parliamentary elections in January 2006. In its campaign, the organization downplayed the socially conservative Islamist message that had been its trademark, as well as its advocacy of armed resistance to Israel, instead emphasizing reform and change, which was the name of its electoral list. This was a reversal of the greatest significance. By fielding candidates for the assembly, Hamas not only accepted the PA's legitimacy but also, by extension, the legitimacy of the negotiating process that had produced it, and of the two-state solution that it was meant to lead to. Moreover, Hamas was also embracing the possibility of winning the elections, thus sharing responsibility for governing the PA together with the Abbas. The PA's core responsibilities, as seen by its Israeli, American, and European sponsors, involved preventing violence against Israelis and security cooperation with Israel. Hamas had never conceded that this shift indeed meant what it seemed to mean, or that it contradicted the commitment to armed resistance that was its raison d'etre and part of its name, of which Hamas was an acronym, the Islamic Resistance Movement. Against all expectations, including its own, Hamas won the elections by a handsome margin. It took 74 seats to Fatah's 45 in a 132-member assembly, although with the peculiarities of the electoral system, it had won only 44% of the vote to Fatah's 41%. Exit polls after the vote showed that the result owed more to the voters' great desire for change in the occupied territories than to a call for Islamist governance or heightened armed resistance to Israel. Even in some predominantly Christian neighborhoods, the vote went heavily for Hamas. This is evidence that many voters simply wanted to throw out the Fatah incumbents, whose strategy had failed and who were seen as corrupt and unresponsive to popular demands. With Hamas in control of the Legislative Assembly, conflict between Fatah and Hamas escalated. As a range of Palestinian political figures recognized, a split between the two movements was potentially disastrous for the Palestine cause, a sentiment that was strongly supported by public opinion. In May 2006, the 5 leaders of the major groups held in Israeli prisons, including Fatah, Hamas, the PFLP, and Islamic Jihad, issued the prisoners' document, which deserves to be more widely known. It called for an end to the rupture between the factions on the basis of a new program whose cornerstone was a two-state solution. The document was a major event, a clear statement of the wishes of the rank and file of both groups, the most respected elements of which, those who had not been assassinated, were held in Israeli prisons. The regard for prisoners in Palestinian society is very high, and over 400,000 Palestinians have been incarcerated by Israel since the occupation began. Under this pressure from below, Hamas and Fatah repeatedly tried to form a coalition government of members of both parties. These efforts ran into fierce opposition from Israel and the United States, which rejected Hamas as part of any PA government. They insisted on explicit recognition of Israel, rather than the implicit form embodied in the prisoners' document, as well as a variety of other conditions. Thus Hamas was now drawn into the same interminable dance around concessions that the PLO had been forced to endure for decades. Whether the demand was that it amend its charter, agree to UN Resolution 242, renounce terrorism, or accept Israel's existence, all to gain legitimation by those imposing the conditions. Whether the demands were made of the PLO in the 1970s or Hamas in the 2000s, they were required without the offer of any quid quo pro by the power that had expelled much of the Palestinian people, blocked their return, occupied their territory through force and collective intimidation, and prevented their self-determination. While Israel vetoed the inclusion of Hamas in a PA coalition, the United States subjected Hamas to a boycott. Congress exercised the power of the purse to prevent U.S. funding from going to Hamas or any PA body of which it was part. Funding sources for the Palestinians, such as the Ford Foundation, forced a variety of NGOs to jump through legally imposed hoops to ensure that no support went to any project even remotely connected to Hamas. Abraham Foxman, head of the fiercely pro-Israel Anti-Discrimination League, was even brought in to vet the Palestinian recipients of Ford's largesse. The result was predictable. Ford effectively ceased to fund Palestinian NGOs, which precisely served Israel's goals. Meanwhile, under the USA Patriot Act of 2001, material support for terrorism was so broadly defined in the Palestinian case that almost any contact with an organization associated with a group that was placed on the blacklist, as Hamas and the PFLP were, could be considered a serious criminal act involving heavy penalties. The demonization of the PLO over the decades since the 1960s was now repeated with Hamas. Yet even with the suicide bombings, with targeting civilians in violation of international law, and with the crude anti-Semitism of its charter, Hamas's record paled next to the massive toll of Palestinian civilian casualties inflicted by Israel, and its elaborate structures of legal discrimination and military rule. But it was Hamas that was stuck with the terrorist label, and the weight of the U.S. law was applied to the Palestinian side of the conflict alone. In light of this relentless campaign, the breakdown of attempts to fashion a compromise coalition government, in spite of the popular demand for Palestinian national reconciliation, should have come as no surprise. The pressure exerted by Western and Arab funders on Fatah to shun Hamas proved too great for the old Fatah hands in the Palestinian Authority, who did not want to give up their power or the considerable material benefits they enjoyed in the gilded bubble of Ramallah. They preferred a ruinous split in the Palestinian polity to holding out against a much stronger foe and risking their privileges. What was surprising, however, was the botched attempt of the U.S.-trained, Fatah-controlled security forces in the Gaza Strip, under their commander Mohammed Dahlan, to unseat Hamas by force. In 2007, Hamas carried out a counter-coup, quickly overwhelming Dahlan's forces in the ensuing bitter fighting. The great gulf between the two sides, going back to the Fatah-dominated repression of Hamas in the mid-1990s, was now widened further by the blood that was shed copiously on both sides in the Gaza Strip. Hamas proceeded to set up its own Palestinian Authority in Gaza, while the jurisdiction of the Ramallah-based PA, such as it was, shrunk, extending to less than 20% of the West Bank, the area in which the Israeli military allowed it to operate. Absurdly, the Palestinians under occupation now had not one largely powerless authority, but two. With Hamas now in control of the Gaza Strip, Israel imposed a full-blown siege. Goods entering the Strip were reduced to a bare minimum, regular exports were stopped completely, fuel supplies were cut, and leaving and entering Gaza were only rarely permitted. Gaza was in effect turned into an open-air prison, where by 2018 at least 53% of some 2 million Palestinians lived in a state of poverty, and unemployment stood at an astonishing 52%, with much higher rates for youth and women. What had begun with international refusal to recognize Hamas's election victory had led to a disastrous Palestinian rupture, and the blockade of Gaza. This sequence of events amounted to a new declaration of war on the Palestinians. It also provided indispensable international cover for the open warfare that was to come. Israel was able to exploit the deep division among Palestinians and Gaza's isolation to launch 3 savage air and ground assaults on the Strip that began in 2008 and continued in 2012 and 2014, leaving large swaths of its cities and refugee camps in rubble and struggling with rolling blackouts and contaminated water. Some neighborhoods, such as Shuja'iyya and parts of Rafah, suffered extraordinary levels of destruction. The casualty figures tell only part of the story, although they are revealing. In these 3 major attacks, 3,804 Palestinians were killed, of them almost 1,000 minors. A total of 87 Israelis were killed, the majority of them military personnel engaged in these offensive operations. The lopsided 43:1 scale of these casualties is telling, as is the fact that the bulk of the Israelis killed were soldiers while most of the Palestinians were civilians. One might not have known this, however, from much of the mainstream U.S. media coverage, which focused heavily on Hamas and Islamic Jihad rocket fire at Israeli civilian targets. Certainly, the use of these weapons obliged the Israeli population in the south of the country to spend long periods of time in bomb shelters. However, thanks to Israel's excellent early warning system, its state-of-the-art American-supplied anti-missile capabilities, and its network of shelters, the rockets were very rarely lethal. In 2014, the 4,000 rockets that Israel claimed were fired from the Gaza Strip killed 5 Israeli civilians, one of them a Bedouin in the Nakba, Negev, region, and a Thai agricultural worker, for a total of 6 civilian deaths. This does not mitigate Hamas's violation of the rules of war by using these imprecise weapons for indiscriminate attacks on civilian areas. But the casualty toll tells a different story than the one that emerged from the near-total media focus on Hamas rocket fire. The coverage succeeded in obscuring the extreme disproportionality of this one-sided war. One of the most powerful armies on the planet used its full might against a besieged area of 140 square miles, which is among the world's most heavily populated enclaves and whose people had no way to escape the rain of fire and steel. Specific details of the 2014 assault underline this point. Over a period of 51 days in July and August of 2014, Israel's Air Force launched more than 6,000 air attacks, while its Army and Navy fired about 50,000 artillery and tank shells. Together, they utilized what has been estimated as a total of 21 kilotons, 21,000 tons, or 42 million pounds, of high explosives. The air assault involved weapons ranging from armed drones and American Apache helicopters firing U.S.-made Hellfire missiles, to American F-16 and F-15 fighter bombers carrying 2,000-pound bombs. According to the commander of the Israeli Air Force, there were several hundred attacks by such advanced aircraft on targets in Gaza, most of them using these powerful bombs. The explosion of a 2,000-pound bomb produces a crater that is roughly 50 feet wide and 36 feet deep and sends lethal fragments to a radius of almost a quarter mile. 1 or 2 such bombs can destroy an entire multi-story building, many of which were leveled in Gaza City toward the conclusion of the Israeli air campaign at the end of August. There is no public record of exactly how many of these monsters were dropped on the Gaza Strip, or whether even heavier ordnance was used. In addition to aerial bombardment, according to a report issued by the Israeli Logistical Command in mid-August 2014, well before the final ceasefire took hold on August 26, 49,000 artillery and tank shells were fired into the Gaza Strip, most by the U.S.-made M109A5 155mm howitzer. Its 98-pound shells have a kill zone of about 54 yards radius and inflict casualties within a diameter of 218 yards. Israel possesses 600 of these artillery pieces, and 175 of the longer-range American M107 175 mm gun, which fires even heavier shells, weighing over 145 pounds. One instance of Israel's use of these lethal battlefield weapons suffices to show the vast disproportionality of the war on Gaza. On July 19 to 20, 2014, elements of the elite Golani, Javadi, and paratrooper brigades launched an assault along 3 axes into the Shuja'iyya district of Gaza City. The Golani Brigade in particular met fierce and unexpected resistance that resulted in the death of 13 Israeli soldiers, and perhaps 100 wounded. According to American military sources, 11 Israeli artillery battalions, employing at least 258 of these 155 mm and 175 mm guns, fired over 7,000 shells into this single neighborhood over a period of 24 hours. This included 4,800 shells during one 7-hour period. A senior Pentagon officer, with access to the daily briefings, called the scale of firepower massive and deadly, noting that the U.S. Army would normally use so huge an amount of shellfire in support of 2 entire divisions comprising 40,000 troops, perhaps 10 times the size of the Israeli force engaged in Shuja'iyya. Another, a former American artillery commander, estimated that the U.S. military would employ that number of guns only in support of an army corps of several divisions. A retired American general described the Israeli bombardment, used to pound one Gaza neighborhood for over 24 hours, along with tank fire and attacks from the air, as absolutely disproportionate. The artillery pieces that were used in this assault are designed for lethal area fire over a wide radius against fortifications, armored vehicles, and dug-in troops protected by body armor and helmets. While they can launch precision-guided munitions, deployed as they were against a dense neighborhood such as Shuja'iyya, they were inherently imprecise. And any airstrike dropping 2,000-pound bombs in built-up areas, which Shuja'iyya, Beit Hanoun, Khan Yunis, and Rafah are, will necessarily and inevitably cause heavy civilian casualties and massive damage. They cannot but do so. This is especially true in a place as overcrowded as the Gaza Strip, where people have nowhere to flee even if they are given prior notice that their homes are about to be destroyed. Beyond the horrific injuries they inflict on human flesh, air bombardment and artillery fire on this scale cause unimaginable destruction to property. In the 2014 assault, over 16,000 buildings were rendered uninhabitable, including entire neighborhoods. A total of 277 UN and government schools, 17 hospitals and clinics, and all 6 of Gaza's universities were damaged, as were over 40,000 other buildings. Perhaps 450,000 Gazans, about a quarter of the population, were forced to leave their homes, and many of them no longer had homes to go back to afterward. These were not random occurrences, nor was this the regrettable collateral damage often lamented during a war. The weapons chosen were lethal, meant for employment on an open battlefield, not in a heavily populated urban environment. Moreover, the scale of the onslaught was entirely in keeping with Israeli military doctrine. The killing and mangling in 2014 of some 13,000 people, most of them civilians, and the destruction of the homes and property of hundreds of thousands, was intentional, the fruit of an explicit strategy adopted by the Israeli military at least since 2006, when it used such tactics in Lebanon. The Da'iyah Doctrine, as it is called, is named for the southern suburb of Beirut, Al-Da'iyah, which was destroyed by Israel's Air Force using 2,000-pound bombs and other ordnance. This strategy was explained in 2008 by Major General Gadi Eisenkot, then head of Northern Command, and thereafter Israeli Chief of Staff. What happened in the Da'iya quarter will happen in every village from which Israel is fired on. We will apply disproportionate force on it and cause great damage and destruction there. From our standpoint, these are not civilian villages, they are military bases. This is not a recommendation. This is a plan. And it has been approved. This was precisely the thinking in 2014 behind Israel's third attack on Gaza in a period of 6 years, according to Israeli military correspondents and security analysts. Yet there was little mention of the Da'iya doctrine in statements by U.S. politicians or in the reporting on the war by most of the mainstream American media, even though it is in fact less of a strategic approach than a blueprint for collective punishment, which entails probable war crimes. There are a number of reasons for the silence of Washington and the media. The Arms Export Control Act of 1976 specifies that American-supplied weapons must be used for legitimate self-defense. Given this provision, the line offered by U.S. officials from the president down, describing Israel's operations in Gaza as self-defense, may be the product of legal advice to avoid liability and potential prosecution for war crimes, alongside the Israeli officials who issued the orders and the soldiers who dropped the bombs. The media, too, rarely mentions this important legal consideration, possibly out of bias, or to protect the politicians who would otherwise be implicated, or to dodge the attacks on the media that generally follow even the mildest criticism of Israel. There remains the issue of proportionality, which is central to determining whether certain acts of war rise to the level of war crimes. Eisenkot's own words and the actions of the forces under his command in 2006, and thereafter these attacks on Gaza, seem clearly to establish intentional disproportionality on the part of Israel. This is borne out by the nature of the battlefield weaponry used by Israel in heavily populated urban areas, and the gross disproportion in firepower between the two sides. Were Hamas and Islamic Jihad also responsible for potential war crimes by targeting a civilian population? Leaving aside the vital distinction between force employed by an occupying army and that utilized by groups among the occupied people, all combatants are required to obey the laws of war and other provisions of international law. Deadly though the rockets fired into southern Israel could be, few of them had sophisticated guidance systems and none were precision-guided munitions. Thus their use was generally indiscriminate, and could be considered to have been aimed at civilians in a large proportion of cases. However, none of the rockets had a warhead of the size or lethality of the over 49,000 tank and artillery shells fired by Israel in 2014. The Soviet-designed 122 mm Grad or Katyusha rocket commonly used by Hamas, and its allies normally carried either a 44 or 66-pound warhead, compared with the 96-pound 155 mm shells, although many were fitted with smaller warheads to increase their range. Most of the homemade Qassam rockets that were used had considerably smaller warheads. Together, the 4,000 Qassam, Katyusha, Grad, and other missiles that were fired from the Gaza Strip, and that reached Israel, many were so imprecise and poorly manufactured that they fell short and landed within the strip, would have likely had less explosive power in total than a dozen 2,000-pound bombs. While the rain of missiles launched by Hamas and its allies undoubtedly had a potent psychological effect on civilians within its range, the effect is paradoxically heightened by their inaccuracy. These weapons were not terribly powerful. Still, the death of several dozen civilians in Israel over the years from 2008 to 2014 very likely rises to the level of war crimes. What then of the killing in 2014 alone of at least 2,000 civilians not engaged in combat, including some 1,300 women, children, and old people? Several years after the last of these wars on Gaza, it is clear that those responsible, protected by their American patrons, are likely to enjoy impunity for their actions. The savage disproportionality did register in some quarters, however. While hardcore support for Israel solidified among certain groups as a result of the mainstream coverage of the 2014 bombardment, Christian evangelicals and the older, wealthier, more conservative segments of the Jewish community, public criticism of Israel increased among younger, more progressive individuals, members of minorities, liberal Protestant denominations, and some Reform, conservative, and unaffiliated Jews. By 2016, the numbers indicating a shift in this direction, and a parallel hardening of opinion in support of Israel among other groups, were striking. A poll released by the Brookings Institution in December 2016 showed that 60% of Democrats and 46% of all Americans supported sanctions against Israel over its construction of illegal Jewish settlements in the West Bank. Most Democrats, 55%, believed Israel has too much influence on U.S. politics and policies and is a strategic burden. A Pew Research Center poll taken that same year showed that the proportion of people born after 1980 and of Democrats who are sympathetic to the Palestinians is growing in relation to those who sympathize with Israel. A Pew poll released in January 2018 revealed an acceleration of this trend. Democrats were almost as inclined to support the Palestinians as Israel, while twice as many liberal Democrats sympathized more with the Palestinians than with the Israelis. An April 2019 Pew poll showed that the deep partisan divide over Israel and Palestine was further accentuated. When asked whether they favored the Palestinian people over the Israeli people, or vice versa, or favored both, 58% of Democrats favored both peoples or the Palestinians, while 76% of Republicans favored both peoples or the Israelis. Meanwhile, 61% of Republicans had a favorable view of the Israeli government, but only 26% of Democrats did. Taken together, these figures were unprecedented. Thus the wars on Gaza joined the 1982 war in Lebanon and the First Intifada as crucial turning points in an ongoing shift in how Palestinians and Israel are perceived by Americans. There has been no smooth upward line, but rather an ebb and flow, given the impact of suicide bombings during the Second Intifada and especially the undiminished effectiveness of Israel's ceaseless proselytizing. But the unmistakable wave of critical sentiment has in every case increased after a sequence of horrific images, and the reality they represent has broken through the dense screen of defense carefully erected to shield Israel's behavior and to hide that reality. Despite the slow but steady shift in American public opinion regarding Palestine and Israel in recent years, there was little apparent change in the making of U.S. policy, in new legislation, and in the political discourse in general. One reason for this was the Republican Party's control of the White House for all but 8 years since 2000, of the Senate since 2010, of the House from 2014 until 2018, and of all branches of government between 2016 and 2018. The party's base, especially the evangelicals, its core in many regions, older, whiter, and more likely to be conservative and male, fervently supported the most hawkish Israeli policies. Most Republican elected officials faithfully reflected the fervor of that base, as well as that of conservative donors to the party, many of whom, like Sheldon Adelson and Paul Singer, who between them donated over $100 million to Republicans during the 2016 election cycle, have been vigorously committed to an even more hawkish approach toward Israel. Additionally, the Islamophobia, xenophobia, and aggressive view of America's role in the world of much of the Republican base and party leadership matched the ethos of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his right-wing government. Indeed, this was on ample display in the rapturous reception Netanyahu received when he spoke before 2 different joint sessions of a Republican-dominated Congress, in 2011 and 2015. Only Winston Churchill, who addressed Congress in 1941, 1943, and 1952, had the honor of giving more than one such speech. The Democratic Party's case with regard to Israel and Palestine has been more complicated and contradictory. The shift in much of the party's base took place most notably among its younger, minority, and more liberal segments, representing the party's future. It was not reflected in the views of the party leadership or most of its elected officials and big donors, representing its past. The dynamic at work was both generational, race, and class-based, and also influenced by the party's big donors and powerful pressure groups such as AIPAC. The polls show that views on Palestine and Israel often correlate closely with age. Older people tend to be more conservative and conventional, and in 2019 the leaders of the Democratic Party comprised Nancy Pelosi, 78, Charles Schumer, 68, and a party machine dominated by the Clintons, both in their early 70s. All of them are rich, Pelosi exceedingly so. She is one of the wealthiest members of Congress, with a net worth, together with her husband, reportedly over $100 million. With the incessant fundraising that is the central concern of American politicians, and the rightward turn of the Democrats in the late 1980s, the party became more favorable and attractive to moneyed interests. As a result, the views of donors have been more important to the party's leaders and elected officials than those of the party's base or of its voters, and many of the biggest donors to the party, such as media mogul Chaim Saban and others from the high-tech, entertainment, and financial industries, remained unfailingly committed to Israel, irrespective of its excesses. Democrats were thus torn between the inclinations of their older leaders and many big donors to support any act of the Israeli government, and the party's rank and file, which began pushing hard for a change. This was evident in the unconventional positions on Israel and Palestine taken by presidential candidate Bernie Sanders during the 2016 Democratic primary campaign and in floor fights over the party platform at the convention that year. The split was on display as well in the party leadership struggle that followed the 2016 elections, with the frontrunner, Representative Keith Ellison, subjected to smears and innuendo in part because of his outspoken position on Palestine. That the efforts to change the Democratic Party's line on Palestine had little concrete impact was seen in the bipartisan support for the annual military assistance given to Israel of over $4 billion, and for a tide of legislation that disadvantaged the Palestinians. However, a small shift in Congress could be discerned in a bill co-sponsored by 30 members of the House in November 2017, and reintroduced in April 2019 as H.R. 2407, that sought to ensure that U.S. aid would not support Israeli security forces' mistreatment and imprisonment of Palestinian children, 10,000 of whom have been detained by the occupation since 2000. Although these political realities can explain much, especially where legislation and political rhetoric is concerned, they shed limited light on the making of policy. In crafting U.S. foreign policy, the executive branch traditionally has great latitude. It is not necessarily as constrained as Congress, haunted as its members are by the election cycle and the fundraising this necessitates. American presidents indeed have repeatedly acted freely with little regard for the objections of Israel and its supporters, when they considered vital, core U.S. interests to be at stake. A false narrative would have it that the influence of Israel and its supporters on Middle East policy is always paramount, but this is true only when policy makers do not consider vital U.S. strategic interests to be engaged, and when domestic political considerations are especially weighty, for example in a presidential election year. Examples of the United States overriding strong Israeli resistance to serve Washington's perceived interest are legion. During the 1956 Suez War, the U.S. opposed aggression against Egypt as contrary to its Cold War interests. At the end of the 1968-70 War of Attrition along the Suez Canal, the United States imposed a ceasefire to Israel's strategic disadvantage to avert a U.S.-Soviet confrontation, and between 1973 and 1975, Kissinger imposed 3 disengagement agreements necessitating Israeli military withdrawals over furious Israeli objections. It is the case that most of these actions ultimately served Israel's long-range interests as well, the short-sighted objections of its leaders notwithstanding. Other examples range from the lucrative sales of advanced weapons to Saudi Arabia despite vociferous opposition by Israel and its lobby in Washington, to the Iran nuclear deal negotiated by President Barack Obama in the teeth of hostility from Netanyahu and his supporters in Congress. The point is that when vital U.S. interests are seen to be at stake in Washington, American presidents have without hesitation acted in service of these interests, paying only limited attention to Israel's concerns. However, when it comes to Palestine and peacemaking between Palestinians and Israelis that necessarily entails concessions from the latter, there seem to be no major U.S. strategic or economic interests at stake, and no means to counterbalance the sustained opposition from Israel and its supporters, which is inevitably greater on this one issue than any other. U.S. presidents, from Truman to Donald Trump, have been reluctant to walk into this buzzsaw of antagonism, and have thus by and large allowed Israel to dictate the pace of events and even to determine U.S. positions on issues relating to Palestine and the Palestinians. It could be argued that this permissive American attitude toward Israel's behavior, occasionally masked by declaratory opposition to specific measures, which rarely changed the situation on the ground, endangers U.S. interests in the Middle East, given the widespread support for the Palestinians by the populations of the Arab world. But the Middle East has for years been ruled by the largest concentration of autocratic regimes of any region in the world. Moreover, the United States has never supported the advance of democracy in the Middle East in any sustained way, preferring to deal with the dictatorships and absolute monarchies that control most countries. These undemocratic regimes have historically been subservient to the United States and valuable clients of its defense, aerospace, oil, banking, and real estate industries. They have generally acted in defiance of their own pro-Palestinian public opinion, thus immunizing Washington from any blowback for its support of Israel's occupation and colonization of Palestine. The key country in this regard has been Saudi Arabia, which since 1948 has publicly advocated for the Palestinian cause, often giving the PLO financial support, while doing little or nothing to pressure the United States to change its favorable policies toward Israel. The passivity of the Saudi monarchy goes back at least to August 1948, when Secretary of State George Marshall thanked King Abd al-Aziz ibn Saudi for the kingdom's conciliatory manner over Palestine. This was at the height of the 1948 war, after Israeli troops had overrun most of the country and expelled much of the Palestinian population. Saudi Arabia has grown far more influential in the region since the defeat of Egypt in 1967 and the post-1973 flood of oil money into the kingdom's coffers, but otherwise little has changed in its acquiescent attitude toward Israel in the intervening decades. This dynamic was visible during the George W. Bush administration, when both the remaining Arabists and the peace processors were largely sidelined from Middle East policymaking. Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld instead relied on a cadre of fervently pro-Israel neoconservative hawks like Paul Wolfowitz, Richard Perle, Douglas Feith, and Louis Iscouter Ilibi, many of them retreads from the Reagan administration. They systematically excluded those knowledgeable about the region from any involvement in key decisions, whether regarding Palestine, the disastrous war they launched on Iraq, or the war on terror, which was waged almost entirely in the Middle East and other parts of the Muslim world. In Washington, the Sharon government shrewdly managed to sell its campaign against the violent Second Palestinian Intifada as an integral part of the latter war, and itself as a vital ally, while self-servingly providing much of the flimsy intellectual justification for this ideological crusade. In return, in 2004 Bush accepted the inclusion of settlement blocks, already existing major Israeli population centers, within Israel's frontiers in the context of a final peace settlement. Bush also endorsed Sharon's sudden decision to carry out a unilateral Israeli withdrawal of troops and settlers from the Gaza Strip in 2005. Israel did this without coordination with the Palestinians, while maintaining Israel's control over entry to and exit from the Strip, which remained under siege, and was soon taken over by Hamas. This set the stage for the next round of Gaza wars. The president who occupied the White House during all three of Israel's assaults on Gaza, Barack Obama, continued the pattern of his predecessors. His election had raised the hopes of many trusting souls who believed that a U.S. president with Hussein as his middle name, who had been photographed with Edward Said, who was my neighbor and colleague at the University of Chicago, who declared a new beginning for the U.S. in the Muslim world, surely he would deal differently with Palestine. These hopes sprung from the assumption that presidents have unlimited freedom to act. But despite the considerable leeway afforded the executive branch, there remains the tenacious power of the permanent bureaucracy, of the homogeneous coterie of experts circulating in and out of government, of Congress, and of other structural and political factors. There is also the potency of conventional thinking on Israel and Palestine, entrenched in the leaderships of both political parties and in the mainstream media, as well as the formidable power of the Israel lobby and the fact that there is no effective countervailing force in U.S. politics. Any semblance of an Arab lobby has never been more than a collection of high-priced PR shops, law firms, consultants, and lobbyists paid handsomely to protect the interests of the corrupt, kleptocratic elites that misrule most of the Arab countries. Most of these dictatorial rulers are beholden to the U.S. and are valuable clients of American defense, aerospace, oil, banking, and real estate interests, which have vast influence in Washington. These potent forces also lobby for Arab kleptocrats, but not for the Arabs, if by that is meant the peoples of these countries. Still, another hopeful sign was Obama's quick appointment of George Mitchell as Special Envoy for Middle East Peace in January 2009, charged with kickstarting direct Israeli-Palestinian negotiations for a final settlement. Mitchell was a negotiator in the mold of Cyrus Vance and James Baker, an independent-minded and experienced Washington hand, who at that late stage of his career was not beholden to Israel or its lobby. He had served as governor of Maine and as Senate Majority Leader, as special envoy for President Bill Clinton. He had successfully negotiated the Northern Ireland Good Friday Agreement in 1998, bringing the IRA in from the cold and involving them in a settlement. Unlike the peace processors of the Clinton era, Mitchell did not accept Israel's positions as the limits of U.S. policy, and strove to confront head-on the most thorny aspects of negotiations, freezing Jewish settlements, the future of Jerusalem, and the return of Palestinian refugees. Building on his success with the IRA in Ireland, he proposed involving Hamas in the negotiating process, which he saw as crucial to a comprehensive solution, but he was ultimately unsuccessful, in large measure because of Israeli opposition. But Mitchell suffered from a particular disadvantage: he was undermined from within the Obama administration. The key figure in the sabotage of Mitchell's mission was none other than the ineffable Dennis Ross. Ross was out of government during the George W. Bush years, but he had campaigned in Florida and elsewhere for Obama in 2008, defending him against Republican accusations of insufficient support for Israel. The newly elected president was therefore beholden to him. As a sop to those unhappy with Mitchell's appointment, besides his willingness to deal with Hamas, Mitchell was partly of Lebanese ancestry, the first senior U.S. official involved in the Middle East with that background since Philip Habib. Ross was brought in as a special advisor to Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. He was supposed to focus on the Gulf, but quickly began to involve himself in the Palestinian-Israeli negotiations, where the Israelis saw him as a preferred interlocutor. When Ross's interference with Mitchell's efforts became intolerable, as he repeatedly went behind the special envoy's back, setting up secret back channels with the Israelis, he left his post at Foggy Bottom, but he landed on his feet with a new position at the National Security Council, where he was even closer to the president. He continued to interfere with Mitchell's work, making side deals with the Netanyahu government, while the PA refused any contact with him because of his overt bias toward Israel. It was an unequal fight, Mitchell versus the Israel lobby, Congress, and Netanyahu, with Ross all the while drawing on support from his patrons to operate behind the ex-senator's back. Instead of Israel facing a single U.S. government representative determined to extract concessions from both sides, it was able to play the pliable and always acquiescent Ross against Mitchell. In this situation, Israel could simply stand pat, and no progress toward a settlement was possible. In the end, the coup de grace was administered to Mitchell by his former colleagues in Congress, who decreed that involving Hamas in the negotiating process was unacceptable and violated U.S. laws. Israel had won. The status quo was preserved, the Palestinians remained divided, and Israel was not obliged to talk to Hamas or even seriously negotiate, all without having had to make much of an effort. Ross and Congress had done Israel's work for it. Although Obama had indicated that the Palestinian issue was a priority for his administration, his response to the wars on Gaza was a truer measure of his engagement. The first of them that took place on his watch began after his election but before he was inaugurated. At no point then or subsequently did the president seek to disturb the false narrative whereby what was underway in the Gaza Strip during these ferocious onslaughts was a righteous response to terrorist rocket fire aimed at Israeli civilians. At no point did his administration interrupt the flow of American weapons that were used to kill some 3,000 Palestinian civilians and maim many more. Indeed, deliveries were accelerated when Israel deemed that necessary. At no point did Obama decisively confront Israel over its siege of the Gaza Strip. For his early intimations of a change in Washington's bias in favor of Israel, Obama was heartily loathed by its right-wing leaders and their American supporters. He fully reciprocated that sentiment, but in the end he changed nothing in Palestine. In spite of fruitless efforts to resolve the conflict by Obama's Secretary of State, John Kerry, the sole mark his administration left was Security Council Resolution 2334, passed 14-1 with a U.S. abstention, that called Israeli settlement activity in the West Bank and East Jerusalem a flagrant violation of international law with no legal validity. Adopted in December 2016 when Obama was already a lame duck, the resolution provided for no sanctions and no coercive measures against Israel. Like other American declaratory posturing, the resolution was toothless, and had absolutely no effect on the situation on the ground. Obama was particularly unlucky in that just months after his inauguration, Netanyahu, with whom his relations went from frigid to awful, took office for the second time, and continued to develop his close ties with the Republican opposition to the president. For these and many other reasons, Obama left the White House in 2017 with the colonial status quo in Palestine of military occupation and expanding Jewish settlement intact, and the conditions for Palestinians even worse than when he took office 8 years earlier. The lesson is clear. Had Obama genuinely considered the issue of peace between Palestinians and Israelis to be a priority, as important as the nuclear agreement with Iran, He could have worked to push it through against congressional opposition and the efforts of AIPAC and the Israeli government, and perhaps he might have succeeded. On behalf of a matter of supreme significance, that of war and peace with Iran, Obama was able to stand up to and overcome the Israel lobby and its Israeli patrons. However, it was apparently the view of the president that breaking the stalemate in Palestine did not constitute enough of a vital strategic American interest for him to engage his prestige and power and political capital. The Mitchell Initiative thus died quietly in 2011, and the efforts of Kerry in 2016, and with them the prospect of conducting negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians on an entirely new basis. As the centenary of the War on Palestine came and went, the American metropole, the irreplaceable base for Israel's freedom of action, was as committed to the Zionist colonial project as had been Lord Balfour 100 years earlier. The second century of the war would be marked by a new and even more destructive approach to the issue of Palestine, with the United States in close coordination with Israel and its newfound friends in the absolute monarchies of the Gulf. Conclusion. A century of war on the Palestinians. In 1917, Arthur James Balfour stated that in Palestine, the British government did not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country. The great powers were committed to Zionism, he continued, and Zionism, be it right or wrong, good or bad, is rooted in age-long traditions, in present needs, in future hopes, of far profounder import than the desires and prejudices of the 700,000 Arabs who now inhabit that ancient land. 100 years later, President Donald Trump recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital, saying, "We took Jerusalem off the table, so we don't have to talk about it anymore." Trump told Benjamin Netanyahu, "You won 1 point, and you'll give up some points later on in the negotiation, if it ever takes place." I don't know that it will ever take place. The center of the Palestinians' history, identity, culture, and worship was thus summarily disposed of without even the pretense of consulting their wishes. Throughout the intervening century, the great powers have repeatedly tried to act in spite of the Palestinians, ignoring them, talking for them or over their heads, or pretending that they did not exist. In the face of the heavy odds against them, however, the Palestinians have shown a stubborn capacity to resist these efforts to eliminate them politically and scatter them to the four winds. Indeed, more than 120 years after the first Zionist Congress in Basel and over 70 years after the creation of Israel, the Palestinian people, represented on neither of these occasions, were no longer supposed to constitute any kind of national presence. In their place was meant to stand a Jewish state, uncontested by the indigenous society that it was meant to supplant. Yet for all its might, its nuclear weapons, and its alliance with the United States, today the Jewish state is at least as contested globally as it was at any time in the past. The Palestinians' resistance, their persistence, and their challenge to Israel's ambitions are among the most striking phenomena of the current era. Over the decades, the United States has wavered, going back and forth between paying lip service to the existence of the Palestinians and trying to exclude them from the map of the Middle East. The provision for an Arab state in the 1947 Partition Resolution, albeit never implemented, Jimmy Carter's mention of a Palestinian homeland, and nominal support for a Palestinian state from the Clinton to the Obama administrations were artifacts of that lip service. There are many more instances of American exclusion and erasure: Lyndon Johnson's backing of UNSC 242, Kissinger's years of sidelining the PLO in the 1960s and 1970s and covertly making proxy war on it, the 1978 Camp David Accords, the Reagan administration's green light for the 1982 war in Lebanon, the lack of will of U.S. presidents from Johnson to Obama to stop Israeli seizure and settlement of Palestinian land. Regardless of its wavering, the United States, the great imperial power of the age, together with Great Britain before it, extended full backing to the Zionist movement and the State of Israel. But they have been trying to do the impossible, impose a colonial reality on Palestine in a post-colonial age. Eqbal Ahmad summed it up. August 1947 marked the beginning of decolonization, when British rule in India ended. It was in those days of hope and fulfillment that the colonization of Palestine occurred. Thus, at the dawn of decolonization, we were returned to the earliest, most intense form of colonial menace, exclusivist settler colonialism. In other circumstances or in another era, replacing the indigenous population might have been feasible, especially in light of the long-standing and deep religious link felt by Jews to the land in question. If this were the 18th or 19th century, if the Palestinians were as few as the Zionist settlers or as fully decimated as the native peoples of Australasia and North America. The longevity of the Palestinians' resistance to their dispossession, however, indicates that the Zionist movement, in the words of the late historian Tony Judt, arrived too late, as it imported a characteristically late 19th century separatist project into a world that has moved on. With the establishment of Israel, Zionism did succeed in fashioning a potent national movement and a thriving new people in Palestine. But it could not fully supplant the country's original population, which is what would have been necessary for the ultimate triumph of Zionism. Settler colonial confrontations with indigenous peoples have only ended in one of three ways: with the elimination or full subjugation of the native population, as in North America, with the defeat and expulsion of the colonizer, as in Algeria, which is extremely rare, or with the abandonment of colonial supremacy, in the context of compromise and reconciliation, as in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Ireland. There is still the possibility that Israel could attempt to reprise the expulsions of 1948 and 1967, and rid itself of some or all of the Palestinians who tenaciously remain in their homeland. Forcible transfers of population on a sectarian and ethnic basis have taken place in neighboring Iraq since its invasion by the United States and in Syria following its collapse into war and chaos. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees reported in 2017 that a record 68 million persons and refugees were displaced the world over. Against this horrific regional and global background, which elicits scarce concern internationally, there might seem to be little to restrain Israel from such an action. But the ferocious fight that Palestinians would wage against their removal, the intense international attention to the conflict, and the growing currency of the Palestinian narrative all mitigate against such a prospect. Given the clarity of what is involved in ethnic cleansing in a colonial situation, rather than in circumstances of a confusing civil-cum-proxy war interlaced with extensive foreign intervention, as in Syria and Iraq, a new wave of expulsions would probably not unfold as smoothly for Israel as in the past. Even if undertaken under cover of a major regional war, such a move would have the potential to cause fatal damage to the West's support for Israel, on which it relies. Nonetheless, there are growing fears that expulsion has become more possible in the past few years than at any time since 1948, with religious nationalists and settlers dominating successive Israeli governments, explicit plans for annexations in the West Bank, and leading Israeli parliamentarians calling for the removal of some or all of the Palestinian population. Punitive Israeli policies are currently directed at forcing as many Palestinians as possible out of the country, while also evicting some within the West Bank and the Negev inside Israel from their homes and villages via home demolition, fake property sales, rezoning, and myriad other schemes. It is only a step from these tried-and-true demographic engineering tactics to a repeat of the full-blown ethnic cleansing of 1948 and 1967. Still, the odds so far seem against Israeli taking such a step. If elimination of the native population is not a likely outcome in Palestine, Then what of dismantling the supremacy of the colonizer in order to make possible a true reconciliation? The advantage that Israel has enjoyed in continuing its project rests on the fact that the basically colonial nature of the encounter in Palestine has not been visible to most Americans and many Europeans. Israel appears to them to be a normal, natural nation-state like any other, faced by the irrational hostility of intransigent and often anti-Semitic Muslims, which is how Palestinians, even the Christians among them, are seen by many. The propagation of this image is one of the greatest achievements of Zionism and is vital to its survival. As Edward Said put it, Zionism triumphed in part because it won the political battle for Palestine in the international world in which ideas, representation, rhetoric and images were at issue. This is still largely true today. Dismantling this fallacy and making the true nature of the conflict evident is a necessary step if Palestinians and Israelis are to transition to a post-colonial future in which one people does not use external support to oppress and supplant the other. Recent polls have revealed the shifts that have begun to take place among some segments of American public opinion. While encouraging to advocates of Palestinian freedom, they do not reflect the stance of most Americans. Nor are they necessarily based on a sound understanding of the colonial dynamic at work in the conflict. Moreover, public opinion can shift again. Events on the ground in Palestine have recently tilted the scales of sympathy slightly in favor of the Palestinians, but other events could cause them to tilt in the opposite direction, as happened during the Second Intifada. Amply funded efforts have been launched to achieve just such a reversal, in particular by smearing critics of Israel as anti-Semites, while counter-efforts to strengthen this positive trend are puny by comparison. The experience of the past few decades shows that three approaches have been effective in expanding the way in which the reality in Palestine is understood. The first rests on the fertile comparison of the case of Palestine to other colonial settler experiences, whether that of Native Americans or South Africans or the Irish. The second, related to the first, involves focusing on the gross imbalance of power between Israel and the Palestinians, a characteristic of all colonial encounters. The third and perhaps most important is to foreground the issue of inequality. Establishing the colonial nature of the conflict has proven exceedingly hard given the biblical dimension of Zionism, which casts the new arrivals as indigenous and as the historic proprietors of the land they colonized. In this light, the original population of Palestine appears extraneous to the post-Holocaust resurgence of a Jewish nation-state, with its roots in the kingdom of David and Solomon. They are no more than undesirable interlopers in this uplifting scenario. Challenging this epic myth is especially difficult in the United States, which is steeped in an evangelical Protestantism that makes it particularly susceptible to such an evocative Bible-based appeal, and which also prides itself on its colonial past. The word colonial has a valence in the United States that is deeply different from its associations in the former European imperial metropoles, and the countries that were once part of their empires. Similarly, the terms settler and pioneer have positive connotations in American history, arising from the heroic tale of the conquest of the West at the expense of its indigenous population as projected in movies, literature, and television. Indeed, there are striking parallels between these portrayals of the resistance of Native Americans to their dispossession and that of the Palestinians. Both groups are cast as backward and uncivilized, a violent, murderous, and irrational obstacle to progress and modernity. While many Americans have begun to contest this strand of their national narrative, Israeli society and its supporters still celebrate, indeed, depend on, its foundational version. Moreover, comparisons between Palestine and the Native American or African American experiences are fraught because the United States has yet to fully acknowledge these dark chapters of its past or to address their toxic effects in the present. There is still a long way to go to change Americans' consciousness of their nation's history, let alone that of Palestine and Israel, in which the United States has played such a supportive role. The second track for changing existing perceptions of the conflict, highlighting the great imbalance between the Palestinians and the powers arrayed against them, involves showing that the Zionist movement was almost always on the offensive in its effort to achieve mastery over an Arab land. Presenting this reality otherwise has been central to the discursive advantage achieved by Zionism, in which Israel is David to the Arab/Muslim Goliath. A more recent fiction casts the conflict as one of two peoples, or even two states, in an equal fight, sometimes framed as right versus right. Even then, the accepted version is that Israel has constantly wished for peace, only to be rebuffed by the Palestinians. There is no partner for peace, as the phrase goes, leaving Israelis, the victims, to defend themselves against unjustifiable terrorism and rocket fire. In reality, the Zionist movement and then the State of Israel always had the big battalions on their side, whether this was the British Army before 1939, US and Soviet support in 1947 to 48, France and Britain in the 1950s and 1960s, or the situation from the 1970s until today, where besides receiving unlimited US support, Israel's armed might dwarfs that of the Palestinians, and indeed that of all the Arabs put together. It is the issue of inequality that is most promising for expanding the understanding of the reality in Palestine. It is also the most important, since inequality was essential to the creation of a Jewish state in an overwhelmingly Arab land, and is vital to maintaining that state's dominance. Inequality is so crucial not only because it is anathema to the egalitarian, democratic societies that the Zionist project has primarily relied on for its support, but because equality of rights is key to a just, lasting resolution of the entire problem. Within Israel, certain important rights are reserved exclusively for Jewish citizens and denied to the 20% of citizens who are Palestinian. Of course, the 5 million Palestinians living under an Israeli military regime in the occupied territories have no rights at all, while the 500,000+ Israeli colonists there enjoy full rights. This systemic ethnic discrimination was always a central facet of Zionism, which by definition aimed to create a Jewish society and polity with exclusive national rights in a land with an Arab majority. Even as Israel's 1948 Declaration of Independence proclaimed complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants irrespective of religion, race, or sex, dozens of crucial laws based on inequality of rights were implemented in the ensuing years. These severely restricted or totally banned Arab access to land and to residency in all Jewish communities, formalized the seizure of the private and collective, waqf, property of non-Jews, prevented most indigenous Palestinians who were made into refugees from returning to their homes while giving citizenship rights to Jewish immigrants, and limited access to many other benefits. This core problem is even more stark today, with a total Arab population in Palestine and Israel from the Jordan River to the sea that is equal to, or perhaps slightly larger than the Jewish population. That inequality is the central moral question posed by Zionism, and that it goes to the root of the legitimacy of the entire enterprise is a view that is shared by some distinguished Israelis. Imagining scholars looking back 100 years from now, historian Zeev Sternhell asked, when exactly did the Israelis understand that their cruelty towards the non-Jews in their grip in the occupied territories, their determination to break the Palestinians' hopes for independence, or their refusal to offer asylum to African refugees began to undermine the moral legitimacy of their national existence? For decades Zionists insisted, often referring to the state's Declaration of Independence, that Israel could be and was both Jewish and democratic. As the contradictions inherent in this formulation grew ever more apparent, some Israeli leaders admitted, indeed, even declared it with pride, that if they were forced to choose, the Jewish aspect would take precedence. In July 2018, the Knesset codified that choice in constitutional law, adopting the Basic Law on the Jewish Nation-State, which institutionalized statutory inequality among Israeli citizens by arrogating the right of national self-determination exclusively to the Jewish people, downgrading the status of Arabic, and declaring Jewish settlement a national value with precedence over other needs. Former Justice Minister Ayelet Shaked, one of the more forthright advocates of Jewish supremacy and a sponsor of the law, had made the case bluntly a few months before the legislation came to a vote. There are places where the character of the State of Israel as a Jewish state must be maintained, and this sometimes comes at the expense of equality. She added, Israel isn't a state of all its nations. That is, equal rights to all citizens but not equal national rights. Where this ideology leads was summarized in the equally blunt words of Likud Knesset member Miki Zohar. The Palestinian, he said, does not have the right of self-determination because he is not the proprietor of the land. I want him as a resident because of my honesty, as he was born here, he lives here, and I would never tell him to leave. I regret to say it, but they suffer from one major defect: they were not born Jews. This connection between an exclusive right to land and peoplehood is central to a specific type of blood and soil, Central European nationalism, which is the ground from which Zionism sprang. Commenting on an early draft of the Jewish nation-state law, Sternhell, whose area of expertise is European fascism, noted that the constitutional ideas behind the legislation are consonant with those of Charles Maurras, the French anti-Semite and neo-fascist of the 1930s, or of modern-day Polish and Hungarian nationalists and the hardest-line European chauvinists. However, he added, they are entirely at odds with the liberal ideas of the French and American revolutions. By embracing its illiberal and discriminatory essence, modern Zionism is increasingly in contradiction with the ideals, particularly that of equality, on which Western democracies are based. For the United States, Canada, Great Britain, France, and Germany, which cherish these values, even if they are often honored only in the breach, and are currently threatened by potent illiberal populist and authoritarian right-wing trends, this should be a serious matter, especially given that Israel is still dependent on the support of these Western countries. Finally, uprooting the systemic inequality inherent in Zionism is crucial to creating a better future for both peoples, Palestinians and Israelis. Any formula advanced as a resolution of the conflict will necessarily and inevitably fail if it is not squarely based on the principle of equality. Absolute equality of human, personal, civil, political, and national rights must be enshrined in whatever future scheme is ultimately accepted by the two societies. This is a high-sounding recommendation, but nothing else will address the core of the problem, nor will it be sustainable and lasting. This leaves the thorny issue of how to wean Israelis from their attachment to inequality, which is often coded as and justified by a need for security. This perceived need is to a large extent rooted in a real history of insecurity and persecution, but in response to this past trauma, generations have now been brought up on a reflexive dogma of aggressive nationalism whose tenacious hold will be hard to break. Thus the Jewish citizens of a regional superpower that cows its neighbors, and has bombed the capitals of 7 of them with impunity, suffer from a deep insecurity rooted in part in this history, and perhaps in part from an unspoken concern that the carefully constructed and justified colonial reality they live in might suddenly unravel. The syndrome that drives this imperative to dominate and discriminate can probably only be addressed by those within Israeli society, or close to it, who understand the grim direction of the country's current course, and who can challenge the distortions of history, ethics, and Judaism that this ideology constitutes. Doing so is surely the primary and the most urgent task of Israelis and their supporters who wish to change the dynamic of injustice and inequality. Palestinians, too, need weaning from a pernicious delusion, rooted in the colonial nature of their encounter with Zionism and in its denial of Palestinian peoplehood, that Jewish Israelis are not a real people and that they do not have national rights. While it is true that Zionism has transmuted the Jewish religion and the historic peoplehood of the Jews into something quite different, a modern nationalism, this does not erase the fact that Israeli Jews today consider themselves a people with a sense of national belonging in Palestine, what they think of as the land of Israel, no matter how this transmutation came about. Palestinians, too, today consider themselves a people with national links to what is indeed their ancestral homeland, for reasons that are as arbitrary and as conjunctural as those that led to Zionism, as arbitrary as any of the reasons that led to the emergence of scores of modern national movements. Such a conclusion about the constructed nature of all national entities, enraging to apostles of nationalism, is self-evident to those who have studied its genesis in myriad different circumstances. The irony is that, like all peoples, Palestinians assume that their nationalism is pure and historically rooted while denying the same of Israeli Jews. There is of course a difference between the two. Most Palestinians are descended from people who have lived in what they naturally see as their country for a very long time, for many centuries if not many millennia. Most Israeli Jews came from Europe and the Arab countries relatively recently as part of a colonial process sanctioned and brokered by the great powers. The former are indigenous, the latter settlers or descendants of settlers, although many have been there for generations now, and have a deeply felt and ancient religious connection to the country, albeit one quite different from the ancient rootedness in the country of the indigenous Palestinians. Because this is a colonial conflict, this difference matters enormously. However, no one today would deny that fully developed national entities exist in settler states like the United States, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia, despite their origins in colonial wars of extermination. Moreover, to those intoxicated by nationalism, such distinctions between settlers and indigenous peoples do not matter. As the anthropologist Ernest Gellner put it, nations as a natural, God-given way of classifying men, as an inherent, political destiny, are a myth, nationalism, which sometimes takes pre-existing cultures and turns them into nations, sometimes invents them, and often obliterates pre-existing cultures, that is a reality. While the fundamentally colonial nature of the Palestinian-Israel encounter must be acknowledged, there are now two peoples in Palestine, irrespective of how they came into being, and the conflict between them cannot be resolved as long as the national existence of each is denied by the other. Their mutual acceptance can only be based on complete equality of rights, including national rights, notwithstanding the crucial historical differences between the two. There is no other possible sustainable solution, barring the unthinkable notion of one people's extermination or expulsion by the other. Overcoming the resistance of those who benefit from the status quo, in order to ensure equal rights for all in this small country between the Jordan River and the sea, this is a test of the political ingenuity of all concerned. Reducing the extensive sustained external support for the discriminatory and deeply unequal status quo would certainly smooth the path ahead. However, the war on Palestine passed the 100-year mark with the Palestinians confronting circumstances more daunting than perhaps at any time since 1917. With his election, Donald Trump began pursuit of what he called the deal of the century, purportedly aimed at a conclusive resolution of the conflict. Closing the deal has so far involved dispensing with decades of bedrock U.S. policies, outsourcing strategic planning to Israel, and pouring contempt on the Palestinians. Inauspiciously, Trump's ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, his bankruptcy lawyer and a longtime financial supporter of the Jewish settler movement, spoke of an alleged occupation, and demanded that the State Department stop using the term. In one interview, he declared that Israel has the right to annex some, but unlikely all, of the West Bank. Jason Greenblatt, for over 2 years envoy for Israel-Palestine negotiations, previously Trump's real estate lawyer and also a donor to Israeli right-wing causes, stated that West Bank settlements are not an obstacle to peace, rejected use of the term occupation in a meeting with EU envoys, and endorsed Friedman's views regarding annexation. The new administration quickly trumpeted an outside-in approach, in which 3 of the Sunni Arab Gulf monarchies, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Bahrain, often falsely described as representing Sunni Arabs, were brought into a de facto alliance with Israel to stand together against Iran. The byproduct of this configuration was that these and other Arab regimes allied to the US were encouraged to bully the Palestinians, to accept maximalist Israeli positions that would be, and appeared intended to be, fatal to their cause. This initiative was coordinated closely with these regimes, via the mediation of Presidential Envoy Extraordinaire Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, also a real estate mogul, and an ardent extreme Zionist whose family had also donated to Jewish settlements. In collusion with their Gulf partners at a June 2019 conference in Bahrain and in other venues, Kushner, Greenblatt, and Friedman publicly pushed what was essentially an economic development initiative for the West Bank and Gaza Strip, meant to operate under existing conditions of virtually complete Israeli control. Kushner cast doubt on the feasibility of independent Palestinian self-rule, saying, "We'll have to see." He drew on the classic colonialist lexicon to add, "The hope is that they over time can become capable of governing." All the Palestinians deserved, in Kushner's view, was the opportunity to live a better life, the opportunity to pay their mortgage. With their essentially economic solution, this troika displayed remarkable ignorance of a solid expert consensus that the Palestinian economy has been strangled primarily by the systematic interference of the Israeli military occupation that their plan meant to keep in place. The Trump administration exacerbated this economic stranglehold by cutting off U.S. aid to the PA and to UNRWA. The U.S. also continued to support Israel's blockade of Gaza, aided by Egypt, with its disastrous effects on 1.8 million people. The crucial political aspect of Trump's deal of the century was reportedly contained in the outlines of an American-Israeli proposal that the PA was pressured to accept. This purportedly involved creating a non-contiguous, non-sovereign entity without removal of any of the existing illegal Israeli settlements, which would be recognized, legalized, and annexed to Israel. This entity would remain under full Israeli security control, for which the Palestinians would reportedly have to pay, and therefore be a state in name only. It would exclude sovereignty or control over Jerusalem and be located in the Gaza Strip and the scores of disparate fragments, totaling under 40% of the West Bank that constitute areas A and B, with some parts of C perhaps to be included, but only subject to further negotiations. Integrally linked to such an approach was Trump's December 2017 recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital, and the subsequent relocation of the U.S. Embassy there. This move marked a revolutionary departure from over 70 years of U.S. policy, going back to UNGA 181, whereby the status of the Holy City was to remain undetermined pending a final resolution of the Palestine question, to be mutually agreed by both sides. This affront was then followed by Trump's proclamation recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the annexed Golan Heights, another radical U.S. policy shift. With these two pronouncements, the administration unilaterally took issues, one of which, that of Jerusalem, Israel is treaty-bound to negotiate with the Palestinians, off the table. As well as reversing decades of American policy, the Trump ensemble spurned an entire body of international law and consensus, UN Security Council decisions, world opinion, and of course Palestinian rights. Trump accepted fully Israel's stand on the vital issue of Jerusalem and did so without any quid pro quo from Israel, and without any acknowledgement of Palestinian demands for recognition of the city as the capital of Palestine. Equally important, by implication, Trump endorsed Israel's expansive definition of a unified Jerusalem, including the extensive Arab areas in and around the city appropriated by Israel since 1967. Although the administration stated that actual borders were still to be negotiated, its proclamation meant in effect that there was nothing left to negotiate. Through these and other actions, the White House implicitly confirmed the outlines of the American-Israeli proposal. It explicitly avoided endorsing a two-state solution. It closed the Palestinian mission in Washington, D.C., and the U.S. consulate in East Jerusalem that had served as an informal embassy to the Palestinians. It claimed that, contrary to the status of all other refugees since World War II, the descendants of Palestinians, declared refugees in 1948, are not themselves refugees. Finally, by endorsing Israel's annexation of Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, Trump cleared the way for the annexation of whatever parts of the occupied West Bank Israel should choose to swallow up. In exchange for these drastic derogations of Palestinian rights, the Palestinians were to be offered money, collected from the Gulf monarchies. The offer was formalized at the June 2019 conference in Bahrain that the PA refused to attend. Kushner's proposal to buy off Palestinian opposition to a plan that obviated a negotiated political settlement was in fact no more than a reheated version of similar plans for economic peace, in lieu of rights peddled by Israeli leaders from Shimon Peres to Netanyahu. For Netanyahu and ultranationalist supporters of extremist settlers, an economic sweetener for the bitter pill the Palestinians were meant to swallow had become an essential plank in their explicitly annexationist approach. Indeed, what was most striking about this White House's Middle East policy was that it had been effectively outsourced to Netanyahu and his allies in Israel and the United States. Its initiatives seem to have come prepackaged from the Israeli right storehouse of ideas, moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the annexation of the Golan, airily dispensing with the Palestinian refugee issue, trying to liquidate UNRWA, and withdrawing from the Obama-era nuclear agreement with Iran. Only a few items remained on Netanyahu's wish list: annexation of much of the West Bank, formal American rejection of sovereign Palestinian statehood, the creation of a toothless Palestinian Quisling leadership. The entire package meant to coerce the Palestinians to accept that they are a defeated people. None of this was entirely new, given past American practice. But Trump's people abandoned even the shabby old pretense at impartiality. With this plan, the United States ceased to be Israel's lawyer, becoming instead the mouthpiece of the most extreme government in Israel's history, proposing to negotiate directly with the Palestinians on Israel's behalf, with the welcome assistance of its closest Arab allies. Perhaps the White House was up to something else, generating draft proposals that were so offensively pro-Israel as to be unacceptable to even the most compliant Palestinians. With this tactic, the Israeli government could paint the Palestinians as rejectionist and continue to avoid negotiations, while maintaining the status quo of creeping annexation, expanding colonization, and legal discrimination. In either case, the outcome would be the same. The Palestinians were put on notice that the prospect of an independent future in their homeland was closed off, and that the Israeli colonial endeavor had a free hand to shape Palestine as it wished. This is a conclusion that most of the world rejects, and it will surely be met with resistance, both locally and globally. It is also at odds with every principle of freedom, justice, and equality that the United States is supposed to stand for. A resolution imposed strictly on harsh Israeli terms will inevitably bring more conflict and insecurity for all concerned. For the Palestinians, though, it also presents opportunities. The existing strategies of both of the leading Palestinian political factions, Fatah and Hamas, have come to nothing, evidenced by the acceleration of Israeli control over all of Palestine. Neither dependence on U.S. mediation in fruitless negotiations as part of the sole resort to feeble diplomacy of the Abbas era nor a nominal strategy of armed resistance has advanced Palestinian national aims over the past few decades. Nor is there much for the Palestinians to expect from Arab regimes like those of Egypt and Jordan, which today have no shame in signing massive gas deals with Israel, or Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have purchased Israeli weapons and security systems through American cutouts that only thinly disguise their origins. These realizations necessitate a careful reassessment by the Palestinians of their methods, whether their national goals are defined as an end to occupation and reversing the colonization of Palestinian land, establishing a Palestinian state in the remaining 22% of mandatory Palestine with Arab East Jerusalem as its capital, the return to their ancestral homeland of that half of the Palestinian people who are currently living in exile, or creating a democratic, sovereign binational state in all of Palestine with equal rights for all, or some combination or permutation of these options. As the weaker party in the conflict, the Palestinian side cannot afford to remain divided. But before unity can be achieved, a redefinition of objectives must take place on the basis of a new national consensus. It is a searing indictment of both Fatah and Hamas that in recent decades civil society initiatives such as the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement and student activism have done more to further the Palestine cause than anything either of these two main factions has undertaken. A reconciliation would at least repair some of the damage caused by their split, but reconciliation between two ideologically bankrupt political movements, important though it would be, cannot provide the dynamic new strategy needed to dislodge the Palestinian cause from its current state of stagnation and retreat. One key change that is needed involves acknowledging that the diplomatic strategy adopted by the PLO since the 1980s was fatally flawed. The United States is not and cannot be a mediator, a broker, or a neutral party. It has long opposed Palestinian national aspirations and has formally committed itself to support the Israeli government's positions on Palestine. The Palestinian national movement must recognize the true nature of the American stance and undertake dedicated grassroots political and informational work to make its case inside the United States, as the Zionist movement has done for over a century. This task will not necessarily take generations, given the significant shifts that have already occurred in key sectors of public opinion. There is a great deal to build on. Yet the bifurcated Palestinian leadership today appears to have no better understanding of the workings of American society and politics than its predecessors had. It does not have any idea of how to engage with American public opinion and has made no serious attempt to do so. This ignorance of the complex nature of the U.S. political system has prevented the fashioning of a sustained program to reach potentially sympathetic elements of civil society. By contrast, in spite of the dominant position Israel and its supporters enjoy in the United States, they continue to expend lavish resources to advance their cause in the public arena. Although the effort to support Palestinian rights is poorly funded and has been comprised only of initiatives by elements of civil society, it has achieved remarkable successes in such spheres as the arts, notably cinema and theater, the legal realm, where defenders of free speech and the First Amendment have become vital allies against sustained attacks on supporters of BDS, sectors of academia, notably Middle East and American studies, some unions and churches, and key parts of the base of the Democratic Party. Similar work needs to be directed at Europe, Russia, India, China, Brazil, and non-aligned states. Israel has made progress in recent years in cultivating the elites and public opinion in these countries, while many of them, especially China and India, are becoming more active in the Middle East. Although most Arab states are controlled by undemocratic regimes subservient to the United States and desirous of Israeli approval, Arab public opinion remains acutely sensitive to the appeal of Palestine. Thus in 2016, 75% of respondents in 12 Arab countries considered the Palestine cause one of concern to all Arabs, and 86% disapproved of Arab recognition of Israel because of its policies directed against Palestine. The Palestinians need to resurrect the PLO's former strategy of appealing over the heads of unresponsive regimes to sympathetic Arab public opinion. Most important is that should entering negotiations based on a Palestinian consensus become feasible, any future diplomacy must reject the Oslo interim formula and proceed on an entirely different basis. An intensive global public relations and diplomatic campaign must be aimed at demanding international sponsorship and rejecting exclusive U.S. control of the process, a demand that has already been feebly made by the PA. Beyond this, for the purpose of negotiations, the Palestinians ought to treat the United States as an extension of Israel. As a superpower, it would necessarily be represented at any talks, but it should be considered as an adversarial party, even seated with Israel on the opposite side of the table, which would represent its real position at least since 1967. New negotiations would need to reopen all the crucial issues created by the 1948 war that were closed in Israel's favor, in 1967 by UNSC 242, the 1947 UNGA 181 partition borders and its corpus separatum proposal for Jerusalem, the return and compensation of refugees, and the political, national, and civil rights of Palestinians inside Israel. Such talks should stress complete equality of treatment of both peoples, and be based on the Hague and Fourth Geneva Conventions, the United Nations Charter with its stress on national self-determination, and all relevant UN Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, not just those cherry-picked by the United States to favor Israel. The current administration in Washington and the Israeli government would of course never accept such terms, and so these would, for the moment, constitute impossible preconditions for negotiations. That is precisely the point. They are meant to move the goalposts away from formulas devised as advantageous to Israel. Continuing to negotiate on the existing deeply flawed basis can only entrench a status quo that is leading toward the final absorption of Palestine into the greater land of Israel. If a serious and sustained Palestinian diplomatic and public relations effort campaigned for such new terms, aimed at reaching a just and equitable peace, many countries would be amenable to considering them. They might even be willing to challenge the half-century-long U.S. monopoly on peacemaking, a monopoly that been crucial in preventing peace in Palestine. A forgotten but essential element of the Palestinian political agenda is work inside Israel, specifically convincing Israelis that there is an alternative to the ongoing oppression of the Palestinians. This is a long-term process that cannot be dismissed as a form of normalizing relations with Israel. Neither the Algerians nor the Vietnamese short-sightedly denied themselves the opportunity to convince public opinion, in the home country of their oppressor, of the justice of their cause, efforts that contributed measurably to their victory. Nor should the Palestinians. The Palestinian people, whose resistance to colonialism has involved an uphill battle, should not expect quick results. They have shown unusual patience, perseverance, and steadfastness in defending their rights, which is the main reason that their cause is still alive. It is now essential for all the elements in Palestinian society to adopt a considered, long-term strategy, which means rethinking much that has been done in the past, understanding how other liberation movements succeeded in altering an unfavorable balance of forces, and cultivating all possible allies in their struggle. Given an Arab world that is in a state of disarray greater than at any time since the end of World War I, and a Palestinian national movement that appears to be without a compass. It might seem that this is an opportune moment for Israel and the United States to collude with their autocratic Arab partners, to bury the Palestine question, dispose of the Palestinians, and declare victory. It is not likely to be quite so simple. There is the not inconsiderable matter of the Arab public, which can be fooled some of the time but not all of the time, and that emerges with Palestinian flags flying whenever democratic currents rise against autocracy, as in Cairo in 2011 and in Algiers in the spring of 2019. Israel's regional hegemony depends in very large measure on the maintenance in power of undemocratic Arab regimes that will suppress such sentiment. However distant it may seem today, real democracy in the Arab world would be a grave threat to Israel's regional dominance and freedom of action. Just as important, there is also the popular resistance that the Palestinians can be expected to continue to mount, whatever the shabby deal to which their discredited leaders may mistakenly assent. Though Israel is the nuclear regional hegemon, its domination is not uncontested in the Middle East, nor is the legitimacy of the undemocratic Arab regimes which are increasingly becoming its clients. Finally, the United States, for all its power, has played a secondary role, sometimes no role at all, in the crises in Syria, Yemen, Libya, and elsewhere in the region. It will not necessarily maintain the near monopoly over the Palestine question, and indeed over the entire Middle East, that it has enjoyed for so long. Configurations of global power have been changing, based on their growing energy needs. China and India will have more to say about the Middle East in the 21st century than they did in the previous one. Being closer to the Middle East, Europe and Russia have been more affected than the United States by the instability there and can be expected to play larger roles. The United States will most likely not continue to have the free hand that Britain once did. Perhaps such changes will allow Palestinians, together with Israelis and others worldwide who wish for peace and stability with justice in Palestine, to craft a different trajectory than that of oppression of one people by another. Only such a path based on equality and justice is capable of concluding the 100 Years' War on Palestine with a lasting peace, one that brings with it the liberation that the Palestinian people deserve. Acknowledgements. I owe a conscious or unconscious debt to all of those many people through whose experiences I have tried to tell the story of this century of war on Palestine. Reading or hearing their words is what brought me to write this book in this form. In it, I have tried to convey voices that have gone largely unheard in the confusing dissonance surrounding the question of Palestine. In a previous book, I thanked my 3 aunts, Anbara Salam al-Khalidi, Fatima al-Khalidi Salam and Waidi al-Khalidi, for providing me with living images drawn from their memories of the earliest decades of the 20th century. Although as I worked on this book I deeply regretted that I was no longer able to consult any of them, or my mother, Selwa Jiha al-Khalidi, and father, Ismail Raghib al-Khalidi, about the events they lived through, I had them all constantly in mind as I wrote it. Even when I do not quote them directly, all of them are present in its pages. Each in her or his own way taught me something about the past and how it forms part of the present. Fortunately, among those I could consult and profit from were my cousin, Professor Walid Ahmad Sami Khalidi, on whose prodigious memory I called repeatedly in thinking about this topic, and on whose pioneering scholarship I relied throughout the book, my cousin Layla Hussein al-Khalidi al-Husseini, and friends, colleagues, and comrades from Beirut days too numerous to name. I owe a debt I cannot repay to the many people with whom I have discussed the subject matter of this book, or who have inspired me to write it. My son Ismail first persuaded me that this was a worthwhile project, and helped to shape its form at the outset. This book would probably not exist but for his initial contributions. For years before I started writing it, Nawaf Salam constantly urged me to write a history of Palestine that would be accessible to uninformed readers. I hope that what follows meets his expectations. While working on this project, I consulted many colleagues and friends who provided invaluable help, some of whom read sections of the book, and all of whom deserve my special appreciation. Among them were Bashir Abumana, Suad Amiri, Seth Nziska, Kays Alawadi, Remy Brulin, Musa Budiri, Lena Dallashe, Sheila Fitzpatrick, Samir Gaddar, Magda Ganma, Amira Hass, Nubar Havsepian, Rafiq Husseini, Amy Kaplan, Ahmad Khalidi, Hassan Khalidi, Raja Khalidi, Barnett Rubin, Stuart Shar, May Sakali, Avi Shlaim, Ramzi Tadros, Salim Tamari, Naomi Wallace, John Whitbeck, and Susan Zayadeh. I also must thank those who helped me with my research. They include Jeanette Seraphim, librarian at the Institute for Palestine Studies, Yasmin Abdul-Majid, Dr. Neely Belkind, Linda Butler, Lesha Sharia More Carter, Andrew Victor Hinton, Sean McManus, Patricia Morell, Qadr Salameh, Malek Sharif, and Yair Svorai. I have presented parts of this book to audiences at a variety of venues on 4 continents, and have benefited greatly from their comments and insights. These include the Duke University Middle East Center, the Center for Palestine Studies at the School for Oriental and African Studies, Brown University, Yale University, the Kevorkian Middle East Center at New York University, Princeton University, the Centro de Estudios Árabes at the University of Santiago, the Issam Fairs Center for Public Policy at the American University of Beirut, the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna, the Columbia Global Center in Amman, the Harvard Club of New York, and the United Nations Committee on the Unalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. My deepest gratitude is due to those who read the entire book, first among them Rashid Khalidi, who in carefully scrutinizing the entire manuscript brought his vast expertise to bear, and thereby saved me from many errors. In helping to improve the book, Tarif did once again what he has done for many decades, provided me with invariably good advice. My old friend Jim Chandler again applied his sharp eye to improving my prose and sharpening my arguments. My harshest critic, my wife Mona, not only tolerated my many extended absences and my frequent absent-mindedness with exemplary forbearance while I was researching and writing this book, but also used her unmatched editorial skills to clarify my writing and limit my propensity for repetition. Our 2 daughters, Dr. Lamia Khalidi and Dima Khalidi, ESQ, added their sharp critical sense to that of their mother, as did their brother Ismail, seasoned with their customary levity. My agent, George Lucas, was invaluable in helping to provide the project with its current form at an early stage, and in introducing me to Sarah Burchtel and Riva Hochherman at Metropolitan Books. Riva did far more than what a good editor normally does, as she has with so many others. She shared with me her matchless expertise, while helping to give this book the shape and form that it now has, restructuring it and improving it immensely. I owe her a great debt of gratitude. I could not have written this book without all of this invaluable support, but it goes without saying that the responsibility for its contents is mine alone. Also by Rashid Khalidi. Brokers of Deceit: How the U.S. has Undermined Peace in the Middle East. Sowing Crisis: American Dominance and the Cold War in the Middle East. The Iron Cage: The Story of the Palestinian Struggle for Statehood. Resurrecting Empire: Western Footprints and America's Perilous Path in the Middle East. Palestinian Identity: The Construction of Modern National Consciousness. Under Siege: PLO. Decision-making during the 1982 war. British Policy Towards Syria and Palestine, 1906 to 1914. Thank you for watching the Learner's Library. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe for more.